You're in Braves country.
Like me, you can't smoke like me. So don't try and be like me. Let's party together.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Rum and Cokes?
Do you have any idea how important this is? We're trying to save the pub call. Really? This is what you're doing? This is what you're doing?
Baseball is a beautiful thing. It's more beautiful in an old park. It's asymmetrical and quirky. But even in a dome with artificial turf, it's beautiful. The way the field fans out, the choreography of the sport, the pace and rhythm of it, the fact that that pace and rhythm allows for conversation and reflection and opinion and comparison.
In right field, the crowd is tormenting Strawberries, singing Darryl, Darryl. Little roller up along first, behind the bag. It gets through Buckner. Here comes Knight, and the Mets win.
And there's a fly ball deep to left. It's on its way. There it goes. And the Yankees are going to the World Series. Aaron Boone.
Ground ball stabbed by Folk. He has it. He underhands to first for the first time in 86 years. The Red Sox have won baseball world championship. Can you believe it?
It's a pastime, something you do. It's entertainment, something you watch. And it's a shared experience, something you talk about and read about. But you can apply those same three criteria to other things. What makes baseball special is that it's the best game that's ever been devised.
Smith corks one into right down the line. It may go. Go crazy, folks. Go crazy.
Sure as God made green apples, someday the Chicago Cubs are going to be in the World Series.
A little bouncer slowly toward Bryant. He will glove it in front of Rizzo. It's in time. And the Chicago Cubs win the World Series. Cubs win. What a lucky break. The good Lord wants the Cubs to win.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Braves fans are on their feet hoping for some kind of a bleeder or a seeing-eye single. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Fastball hit high and deep down the right field line. It's going back, back, back. Is it fair? Is it zip, boom, bam, it's gone! Ram-a-lam, ding-dong, but 3-run shot, and your Atlanta Braves have taken a 1-run lead. She's gone, baby!
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have. And the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
High fly
You're in Braves country.
If there's a bigger thing going on right now, I don't know what it is. We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We direct your attention now to home plate.
Please remain standing. We call your attention to our fans here today. They will be jointly directed. And now, another fixture. Our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball! At this time, ladies and gentlemen,
Well, the season's finally here, and the players...
Hey, football fans, you ready for the gridiron? Thursday and Friday mornings, the Armchair Quarterback Show returns, 9 a.m. Eastern. We'll be talking college and NFL football, the point spreads, fantasy football advice, and more. Want to catch it live? Become a Country Club member today here on Braves Country Radio. We'll make the replay available to the public later on that day, as we're being broadcasted nationwide on independent radio stations. As a member catching it live, you can ask your questions. We'll answer all. Point spread advice, player props, your fantasy football questions. It's the Armchair Quarterback Show, Thursday and Friday mornings this fall here on Braves Country Radio.
The armchair quarterback, he's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man with a cool one in his hand.
You're in Braves country.
Hey, Braves Country, Mac McGee here for American Rebel Beer. From the mountains to the prairies to your pint glass with white foam, we're bringing back beer with a backbone. All that matters in our brew is taste and a touch of American excellence. American Rebel Beer, born in the USA. You're listening to WQVZ, 1700 AM Mission Radio.
For me and the Lord,
We got an understanding. We're on a mission from God.
Your home for Braves Country Radio. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Good morning, Braves Country. Doing these at 10:05. We'll be doing these on Fridays, also on WQVZ, just like the Armchair Quarterback shows, Thursday or Friday, depending on when the series begins. So the early part of the week, if you want to catch these on WQVZ, you can. And we're on a lot of other independent stations. We don't have time to put the whole list out, but we've been with them for quite some time. Used to be WQEE, and Ryan's back in Adam, so we are glad to see that. And away we go here. We do the Braves Country today for the beginning of every series. So next week it'll be on Monday, but for the foreseeable future, the shows that come on late in the week, those will be on WQVZ. All right. We're going to do the good, the bad, the ugly. And we're going to start off with the ugly. The ugly is I kind of suspected there was something wrong when the guy makes a diving play and he isn't back yet. And I think he re-aggravated something that was already there. When Austin Riley made the diving tag on Ellie De La Cruz, and it was a great play at the time. I jumped out of my seat. I couldn't believe it because Ellie De La Cruz being so fast. Well, what it has led to is that Austin Riley underwent course surgery this week. I guess it was early yesterday morning or late yesterday morning, I guess, in Philadelphia. I still don't trust him going and seeing anybody in Philadelphia. What the hell are we doing? We can't find some doctors down here in Braves Country. We've got to go to Philadelphia. But anyways, he's expected to make a full return and be ready to roll in the spring of 2026, but his 2025 is over. Most of y'all have already seen that. That news is not new to anybody, but we have not been on the air talking baseball since that happened. So we do want to get that out of the way. The number two thing is the Braves claimed Cal Quantrill, and this is the bad because you don't expect much from this. They claimed Cal Quantrill for waivers to the Marlins and option Dane Dunning back to AAA Gwinnett. And once again, it's the Braves trying to put the best foot forward they can as possible, but at the same token, they're trying to get through this year, and unless we just absolutely catch on fire, nobody is expecting this team to make the playoffs, so you're just trying to get through the season at this point, right? Well, there's that. And you look at all this stuff, and you realize that we are just up against it at this point. We are absolutely positively up against it. And to be able to get through this season, you're going to see a lot of these types of moves that you're going to be like, what the hell are they doing? One of the things that happens with this Cal Quantrill thing is he is going to start this weekend and Spencer Strider's being pushed back. And there's some people go, oh, no, that means they're shutting him down. No. We talked about this the last time he went up against the Mets. Spencer Strider struggles against the Mets. Even in his prime, he struggled against his Mets. Even when you go back and see, hey, he didn't give up that many runs. He made it like 4 innings. So this is to give him an extra break, to have him go up against a much easier offense to navigate on. Right now it's being projected as Monday. They have not said it for sure. They will not set their lineup in stone until Sunday after the ball game. They always get asked. Snicker always gets asked, and they'll have it set up then. But the belief is, that's why I have it showing right there, the schedule that we have on the screen on YouTube is right now they have Strider and Waldrop to follow. They may flip-flop those. They may give him an extra day of rest. But right now, that's what they're going to do. And it builds in an extra day of rest for Strider. It builds in an extra day of rest for Waldrop. It is a 7-day week next week. And they're going to be
at Miami for 3, and then at Philadelphia for 4. The Miami games are 6:40, 6:40, and 1:10 on Wednesday, and then Philadelphia is 6:45, 6:45, 6 o'clock on Saturday, and then it's a night game on Sunday. And we will bring you that night game on that Sunday night right before Labor Day. More on the schedule later on this week. But anyways, we get into it tonight. Mets, Braves. It's going to be Wentz versus McLean. Quantrill versus Clay Holmes on Saturday. And then Elder versus Peterson on Sunday. We don't have a decisive advantage in any of those pitching matchups. Now, remember, Chris Sale is set to pitch this weekend one last time down in the minors. Then he's expected to be up with the Braves by the Philadelphia series. And they'll navigate him in somewhere this next weekend. They'll probably build in an extra day off for everybody. It's probably what's going to happen. But we'll see how it plays out. At that point, they're probably going to get rid of when you're already looking at Dunning's already been sent down. Want to go over that real quick to get everybody caught up to speed because I don't think I went over the whole thing. My apologies. When they claimed Cal Quantrill for waivers from the minors, they optioned Dane Dunning to AAA. So Quantrill comes to the big league club. They also reported outfielder Jake Fraley optioned Connor Siebold to Gwinnett. They brought Dylan Dodd up. If you're keeping up with this, I know it's a lot. The move that allowed them to put Fraley on the 26-man roster in Atlanta is they sent Luke Williams packing on the Ghost IL. They said it's an oblique muscle. It's dated back to August 19th. I'm not buying any of that crap. He pitched on that day. They probably told him, hey, we're going to go ahead and give you an opportunity to go on the IL. It means you don't have to go down to the farm. And then by the time you come off the IL, we will have expanded the rosters. So that's what really went down, though they're telling us something totally different. I would be shocked if Luke Williams isn't back with the team at the beginning of September. And he may not. And remember something that has changed with the rules with the September call-ups nowadays is that used to, for you old seam heads like me, you were used to it being 40-man roster in September, and they could pick whoever the hell they wanted to every day. And this was back before you had the rule that a pitcher comes in, he has to face 3 guys, right? Now it's a 28-man roster that you can change every day. So you can put guys, unselect them, and grab other guys coming up and down, right? And so in theory, it's almost like a 29-man roster because if you wanted to, and a lot of teams don't do this, but if you wanted to, you could take last night's starting pitcher off the active roster to give you an extra arm. They don't always do that because they figure they don't need you. They don't want to cram up the clubhouse, et cetera, and have all these people sitting on each other's laps in the damn dugout, right? So they don't normally do that, but you can do it because I've seen it happen many times before. You don't see the Braves do it a whole ton. They probably really won't worry about it if they're not in it down the stretch. But that's what's going on. So to recap real quick, if you're keeping score at home, Luke Williams goes to the IL. I'm saying it's a ghost IL. Everybody knows it's a ghost IL. Jake Fraley onto the team. That's the only thing that saved Brujar's job. All right. On top of that, you've got Quantrill coming onto the team, Dame Dunning going to AAA. Connor Siebold going back down and giving you a much better chance of winning. Dylan Dodd coming back because he's been down long enough. They can also play the IL game too. Excuse me. So Riley's done. We'll see him in two. We saw this last year, although they kept trying to tell us he was coming back. 2 years in a row now, we don't see Austin Riley in most of August and all of September. That's a problem. And that's got to get fixed one way or the other. I don't know if he's not stretching. I don't know what the hell's happening. Last year was kind of a fluke because of the broken hand with the getting hit by the hit by pitch. But I still don't see him wearing protective gear over that hand. And you could do it if you've had an injury before. Same nonsense we went to with Freddie Freeman. You remember Freddie Freeman used to always get injured. Everybody forgets that nowadays because we won the World Series this final season and he rode off into the sunset. But people forget he was always getting hit by pitches because he hangs over the plate. They were hitting him in the hand, and he never wore any protective gear. So 2 years in a row with Riley, and you're locked into him long term. So you got to figure out a way to keep him healthy one way or the other. The series itself, we just went over that. And honest engine, if you're looking at this logistically, and the Mets in the playoff hunt, although they have been floundering, they've got the advantage in every single pitching. Well, toss up on Saturday because you don't know what you're going to get from Quantrill, though he's not anything to write home about. And Clay Holmes has been a disaster recently, but he was pretty good. And normally what you get from Clay Holmes nowadays is about 2 times through the lineup, and then he starts getting bombed. McLean, we'll see what he does, but I can tell you right now from experience with the Braves over the years, when they go up against good rookie pitchers, this is a good rookie pitcher for the Mets tonight. Typically, we see him first, second time through the lineup, he's coast through us, and then we'll eventually get to him. This kid pitched lights out the other day. He's 24 years old. He's got some pretty good stuff, and he's going up against Wentz. I give us a decent fighting chance because Wentz is on the mound. And Wentz, if he's good Wentz, we got a real chance. If he's bad Wentz, lock the doors because all hell's about to break loose. Elder versus Peterson, I've lost all faith in Elder. And David Peterson has been a very good left-handed pitcher for what? Now, the last time out, we got to him in that infamous game. That was the game that we trailed 6-0, and we came back and scored 9 runs in 1 inning. He just fell apart for whatever reason, didn't have it. But that's not typically what you get out of David Peterson. So if we're going to win this series, I really feel like we need to win Friday and Saturday. As far as the series after that with Miami, and we'll go over that on Monday, but what it looks like right now is it'll be Strider, Waldrop, and Wentz. And then you would think in a perfect world, if they go off normal rest, we won't see Quantrill or Elder, one of the two, that next time through. And we will see Chris Sale. And if Quantrill throws decently this weekend and Elder gets bombed again, they'll probably send Elder down to the minors, which is what they should do because you don't lose a body. In case of an injury and you're trying to get through the season, that's probably what they're going to do regardless. So there you have that. Now, other things to talk about that I realize the Hurston Waldrop outing. I'm going to see how long are these. I will play the Hurston Waldrop interview tonight before the show, but I wanted you to hear the Nacho interview now because I thought the Nacho interview was pretty was pretty good, and it's a lot shorter. So here's Nacho Alvarez after the big win on Wednesday night.
Nacho, Hurston Waldrop, a career night for him tonight. Now, you played with him a lot in the minor leagues. What have you seen in his growth?
I mean, it's unbelievable. He's grown in so many ways. I mean, I love to see it for him. You know, it's when you come in and you kind of have a couple rough outings when you first come in, it really puts you in a dark place. You know, like he was a first rounder and stuff didn't go his way right away. So he's battled through so much adversity in pro ball, and I'm happy to see him where he's at now. It's fun to watch when you're behind him.
Well, you have a similar story here. I know it was a tough go for you last season, but you got 7 hits your last 4 games. You mentioned you made a little bit of an adjustment entering this past weekend. How much confidence do you have now that you can adjust when the league makes an adjustment against you?
I mean, that's all it is, you know? You got to make adjustments in this league to stick around. I mean, I've just been working my tail off in the cage. I mean, I'm not going to stop because I want to continue to have success in this league. And I know it's the hardest league in the world, but I mean, I believe in myself, and hopefully I get to be here for a while.
Now, this game was under 2 hours. Do you think Hurston looked at the forecast and sort of took it upon himself to get us out of here?
I mean, honestly, I couldn't tell you, but that's electric. Under 2 hours is phenomenal.
We picked a good night to do it. Nacho, thanks for the time, man.
Yep, have a good one. Appreciate it.
All right, so that was Nacho Alvarez, and I think what I might do is I might play the Hurston Waldrop, depending on how much time we've got left on the way out today, so that you can hear the whole thing. It's a fairly lengthy. See how long it is. Yeah, it's a little over 4 minutes, but it's a really good interview. That's why I want y'all to hear the whole thing. It is phenomenal. You're going to be impressed by this kid, what he had to say. And one of the things that he talked about, and I do believe that this is something that should be paid attention to, is that he started throwing his cutter down in AAA. And he accredited that to his AAA pitching coach, because he doesn't throw the 4-seamer anymore. And what he was trying to do is he was trying to, if this makes sense, the cutter, so if you're looking at me, it cuts in on left-handers, it cuts away on right-handers. And he wanted something with the little bore movement that wasn't, because what was happening with the 4-seamer, it was fine on the farm, and then he'd come up in the majors, and these major league hitters were thwacking it, because it didn't matter that he could hit mid to upper 90s on the fastball. There wasn't movement. We've talked about this for a long time, but it doesn't matter how fast you throw the ball. That's why everyone gets obsessed about Spencer Strider's velocity, other people's velocity. They're missing the big picture. The big picture is location. And if you have a cutter, that's why Mariano Rivera is the greatest closer of all time. He had the best cutter that's ever been thrown. He threw that. That was the only pitch he ever threw. Realistically, every great once in a while, he would veer off from it just to get you off bounds. But realistically, most outings, Mario Rivera had one pitch and you couldn't hit the damn thing. Now, you only saw him for that one inning. You couldn't make adjustments, and the rest is Hall of Fame history. But he's got a cutter that was moving the other night. It's not a Mario Rivera cutter, okay? But it was for a starter, it was pretty damn good. And then plus he was just placed. It wasn't just that. A lot of people are getting bogged down into the fact that he's got the cutter of the 4-seamer, but it should be noted. But it was the fact that his entire command was really good. Now, it was funny because one of the knuckleheads on X was going to try to say that it had anything to do with Sean Murphy behind the plate, and he must not have watched the presser that I'm going to share with you, because immediately people came out and go, well, "What are you talking about?" He just said it was his AAA coach that it had to do with the development down there, and the idea that Sean Murphy fixed anything coming up from AAA is it's a joke. It's a joke. That's why the guys down in AAA and AA are so important, because they're all about development. When you get them up into the majors, it's about fine tuning and also managing them as people. But down on the farm, that's why I still say to this day, it's not that Brian Snicker is not an elite coach. He is. But he had so much more value down on the farm because he had the patience to talk to these kids, to develop them, et cetera, et cetera. He's just not a great in-game coach, manager up in the major leagues. That's why they refer to them as managers up top, and on the bottom you frequently hear them talk about their coaches because they're literally being coached. By the time you get to the major leagues, you don't have time to be coached that much because you're expected to perform. And so with that being said, it's pretty interesting that because a kid who was basically drafted off of his four-seamer has abandoned it. And what I will say with this, and not this year, but what I would like to see in the future is that he brings that four-seamer back to keep you off balanced again. You don't know what's coming at you. Is the ball going to cut or not? But right now it's working, so don't get in between his ears. So I just wanted to point that out because man, I swear to God, there are so many knuckleheads, just immature knuckleheads that get on the different social medias, and specifically in Braves country. If you go on X, they have like weird rivalries and arguing and infighting, and I think they're all delusional and think the Atlanta Braves are going to hire them for something. But they are just infighting all the time and trying to get a pecking order. And it's weird. But that was one of the weird arguments that's going on. Once again, if you're just joining us, Spencer Strider no longer will pitch this weekend against the Mets. Instead, they are going to pitch Quantrill this weekend, and Strider will pitch in the Miami series. Let me see, what else do we have going on here? Oh, one of the things couple of things. One of them, Craig Kimbrell was signed by the Houston Astros. He was in the Texas Rangers organization, and he asked for his outright release. He wants to pitch in the majors. He wants to compete. He wants to win. He's going to Houston. I wish he was going somewhere else, but I wish him all the luck in the world, and I'm going to pull for him. I'm still a big Craig Kimbrell fan, and he's going to go to a Houston bullpen that's going to give him a real opportunity to pitch, and not that phony baloney nonsense that went on in Atlanta where he pitched one inning, scoreless inning, I might add, on the road that we needed, and then they released him. And I still think that didn't help with the locker room. I mean, they've made a lot of boneheaded mistakes. The Austin Riley surgery, went over that. He is done for the year. And let me see if there's anything else going on. There is talk about MLB expansion. And I think we got into it a little bit, supposedly Mom's box is earlier in the week. But the short of it is MLB is bringing in 2 expansion teams. They have not named who the expansion teams are, but it's going to happen. I don't know when they're going to announce it. Maybe it'll be after the next CBA. I don't know, but it's going to happen in the near future. When it happens, Rob Manfred is already talking about realigning the divisions. And I know a lot of purists are going to be hateful on it. I don't see the Braves fans being the ones that are going to hate it as much because remember, unless you're Gen Z or below, the Braves used to be in the NL West. When people ask me who the team I hate the most growing up, is it the Mets, is it the Phillies? No, we didn't play them. It was the Dodgers. I hated the Dodgers. That's the team that I grew up just despising because they were always in our way in the NL West. I wasn't a big fan of the other teams in the NL West, but the Dodgers are the team because they were always winning the damn division. They were the team I hated the most. I guess you could say we had a little bit of rivalry with the Padres, with the fights and everything, but they sucked in the 80s, so it really wasn't a big deal. The Giants, what little bit you might have hated them for the last season we were in the NL East, we chased them down like dogs, and they choked away the playoff berth. So With all that being said, I don't think it's a big deal for the Braves, and I think it's a huge deal to help the Braves. Because think about this. Everyone's going to say, no, I want to play the Mets. No, I want to play the Phillies. Come on, let's go. Shut up. You don't know what you're talking about. When it comes to the financials of Major League Baseball, the simple fact of the matter is that until they come up with a hard salary cap, and even though they're threatening it in the new CBA, I don't see it ever coming to fruition because the players are convinced that a salary cap is going to hurt their earning power. Even though with the salary cap, they would give a salary floor, which means you would force teams that never spend, Marlins, Rays, Pittsburgh, you would force them to spend X amount of money, but they don't want that. But it's the only way to make the entire league even. If you're never going to have that, then your only other option is to put the teams who are in similar financial markets together, meaning it's all based on population. So there's a reason why the Yankees, the Red Sox, the Mets, Philly, Washington, D.C., though they're not spending like that right now, they have the capabilities of it in the near future, and they have in the past. All those teams up there, they should be playing each other. And they should be playing each other because they have similar dollar amounts to draw from. You put us in a division with the Rays and the Marlins, and then you're going to grab a fourth team. It would either be an expansion team like in Nashville, although I think it's much better to put Nashville in the market with St. Louis for a ton of reasons. Put Nashville, St. Louis, the Cubs, and the White Sox all together. That's just my take on that. But you could put the fourth team doesn't really matter. There have been talks about Charlotte. So if you put a team in Charlotte, maybe you put that team in with the Braves. I don't see Charlotte getting the team, but they could. But you give me a division where there's four teams and there's us, Tampa Bay, Miami, and then whoever the fourth team is, they throw in there with us. We'll just say for argument's sake right now, we'll just say it's Kansas City, right? Or maybe Nashville. I'll take our chances any damn day of the week in that division to be able to compete financially out there in the market. And then at that point, you only have to worry about winning your division. There would still be wild cards. You'd still have at least two wild cards because it would be set up similar to what the NFL used to be, which was 4 division winners and 2 wild cards. 6 teams make it. That's more than enough in Major League Baseball. You don't need any more than that. They're not going to put the ketchup back in, or the toothpaste back in the tube, or the ketchup back in the bottle. So they're not going to go to less before anyone starts going, no, I think there should just be division winners. Blah, blah. They're not taking money off their table. It's not going to happen. I would love that. I've been clamoring for that for about 30 years. When I started seeing where it was going, when Ted Turner sold the Braves about 30 years ago, I was like, well, there we go. Drunk billionaires off the table. Now it's going to be ran like a business, and they're going to cut every single dime and corner when AOL bought it before they sold it to Liberty. The point is, we would have a very strong advantage in whoever you put us in with. Nashville or Charlotte would give you a bit of a fight financially, but you'd be neck and neck. They wouldn't dwarf you. In fact, Atlanta would have just a little bit more of an advantage, mainly because they've been around longer, the Braves organization. So if that happens, what they're talking about, to give you an idea, you'd have the Mets, the Phillies, the Yankees, and probably the Red Sox all in one division. DC, the Washington Nationals, we'll see where they put them at. But if they end up moving one of these Florida teams to Montreal, or giving Montreal an expansion team, then that kind of goes hand in hand. You put Washington and DC, or Washington and Montreal together. If not, if they put the team out west, and they would probably put the DC, Washington Nationals somewhere around where Pittsburgh goes, and probably we can do a whole show on that, and we might do it in the off season. But what you're talking about is trying to get more natural rivalries. They used to always try to prevent that, which means you'd be talking about swapping of leagues. There's some theory out there that people believe that they're just going to get rid of leagues. I mean, but these are basketball and football fans. You can't get rid of the National and the American League. You just can't. It's a part of the fabric of the history of Major League Baseball. Now, you can flip-flop them and move them in and out because that's been done before. Ask the Brewers, ask the Astros. It's been done a few times, several times. And I don't have a problem with that if the Braves end up in the American League, although I would prefer that we stay in the National because we are the founding member of the National League. But you get my drift. Yankees and Mets get in the same division. They can't both be in the American and National League, so you would probably push the Mets into the American League. But you have to have it set up that way so you can build towards a championship, winning a pennant. Pennants still have to mean something. You can't just totally just knock the whole thing down and go all live golf about it and see, well, we're going to change things. They're going to go all Cracker Barrel about it and change logos and just basically run off our core fans. That's not going to happen. But I think it's an interesting development that looks like it's going to happen in the near future. I think we got rid of everything else, or talked about everything else off the board. Off the board. Oh, one more thing. Lopez, Schwellenbach. I think it was Mark, but I can't remember who it was, saying he saw they were going to pitch. And I said, I don't know where you got that from. I looked it up. They're being shut down. They were shut down. There is a hope that they can throw some live batting practice by the end of the season, but not. So whoever wrote that, just delete them from your page because obviously they're morons and they don't know what they're talking about. Or it's clickbait, and either way, I would delete them from following. They're saying that right now, Lopez is throwing off a flat ground 150 feet. And he says he has no desire to return as a reliever. But the one thing I will say, when he signed, he said he was willing to do either. Now, I get that he wants to be a starter because he figures it's going to command more money, and he was very dominant as a starter. And they'll probably give him another chance to be a starter. But if he can't figure out how to manage the innings, what's the old saying? You want God to laugh, tell him your plans? We signed him to a 2-year deal. We got about 3/4 of a year out of him so far. Or I'm sorry, a 4-year deal. We're 2 years in, 3/4 of a year so far total. So expect that the Atlanta Braves are going to go into next season with a healthy Lopez, a healthy Schwellenbach. They're just not rushing them back because there's no reason to do it. And they don't want to hinder them for next year. If we are meant to make the playoffs on some historic run, it's going to happen without those guys coming in for 1 or 2 starts down the stretch. All right. We're going to start to get out of here. See if there's anything I missed. I don't believe. And so we will get ready for pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. 7:15 tonight. There's going to be a lot of folks looking for it, trying to pair it up. It's on Apple. We'll have the broadcast just the same here. And that's one of the reasons why we are here for you. Yeah, exactly. Way to go, Cracker Barrel. Way to Bud Light yourself, buddy. They didn't do the exact same thing. I won't get into the whole thing, but if you want to go look at the videos, I couldn't believe it. They changed their logo, Cracker Barrel did, and they changed their look where it's supposed to look more modern, and honestly, it looks generic. And I think a lot of people have some really good takes on it, especially on TikTok. about why they liked Cracker Barrel. I can't believe I'm even talking about this because I could care less. I haven't been to Cracker Barrel in years because I worked at one coming up in the restaurant game years ago, and it was okay. It just wasn't my cup of tea as far as the culinary route that I wanted to take. But the Cracker Barrel food has always been good. I just know I can make it better at home, so why the hell am I out there doing that? And I've always liked making breakfast foods, so that's not a slam on Cracker Barrel. It's the fact that I don't like getting breakfast elsewhere because I know how I want my omelets made. I know how I want everything made under the sun when it comes to a country breakfast. But people like that. There's a lot of people, A, they don't know how to make it, or B, they just simply don't have the time, or C, they're traveling. And they always had, that homey feel. You go in there, you felt welcome and you felt warm. The one thing I can say about it is that I don't think I've ever had a bad experience here. All in all, as busy as they've been, and you just got to go see these videos. They are, it's a disaster. They have absolutely, and the CEO got on like Good Morning America, and you can tell that she doesn't know what the hell she's doing. And I seriously doubt that she grew up on it. It seems like to me she was hired because of her background and other things. And I've worked in the restaurant business forever. And I can tell you this from experience. There are certain people that make decisions in these restaurants that don't know what the hell they're doing, but they got a degree in restaurant hospitality in college, not even at an actual culinary school, but in college, and they think they know, and they don't know, and they don't do things functional, and they honestly don't understand. And you eventually, what's going to happen? She'll get fired. Just bet it. Incoming 6 to 8 months, the sales are going to be in the dumper, and they're going to be looking for another CEO. But she's getting her flowers right now going on the Today Show, and she was trying to tell what's his name, Strahan, ex-football player, about how much great feedback she was getting from the managers from the stores. And I'm like, you're not listening to the people who actually pay your bills. You gotta listen to the people no matter where you're at. Baseball, football, Cracker Barrel. If you're not putting butts in the seats, you're gonna go bye-bye, because this is still capitalism at its finest. We'll see you next time, Braves Country. All right, we told you we were going to get you the interview for Herson Waldrop right after Wednesday night's game, and here it goes. This is Herson Waldrop after another great outing, off to a great start here in his 2025 campaign in Major League Baseball, and it is an impressive interview from the young man. Here you go.
Appreciate being able to just continue to build on the success you've had this month.
That's the beauty of getting in a rhythm and routine and just being able to kind of roll off of everything. It's kind of like a little bit of compound of just everything we've worked on throughout the year, just kind of seeing everything pay off. But, it's at the end of the day, it's on to the next one, and just, continuing to work, continue to focus on our main goal, and, just continue to play.
Person, is it kind of crazy to think that game in Bristol was rained out? Like, you don't know when you even would have been here, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's something that, is part of being in AAA and waiting for your shot, is just, you never know what's going to happen. You never know how it's going to happen. So you look at those rainouts, you look at everything that's happened this year, and that was my chance, and that's the one you have to take advantage of. So
Always known that splitter is going to be your weapon. How much better are your other weapons? Rick?
I think that's what complements the splitter a little bit. The splitter can be good, but if nothing else is working, they don't really all play together. So I thought the curveball kind of set the table for everything else tonight. Being able to get ahead with a pitch like that, getting whiffs on it, being able to change speeds with something that moves that much, that kind of set the table for the splitter to be good later on. So that's how you build an arsenal, is for everything else to work off of, everything else. So.
You talked about the sinker and how Sean helped you with that. What about the cutter? When did you start using that more? Whose idea was that, or was it your own?
That was kind of a Wes McGuire down in AAA, our pitching coach in AAA. We kind of been throwing it around throughout the year because I naturally cut my four seam. So we started using it to lefties as an attack pitch, creating a ton of ground balls. So I got up here in that Bristol game. Since I've been here, I haven't thrown a four seam. So I know it reads as a four seam, but I don't throw four seams anymore. It's all cutters. So having a pitch like that you can throw down and into lefties, you can throw up and into lefties, down and away to righties. But it's just something that looks very similar to the sinker. Just goes the exact opposite way, and it makes lefties really uncomfortable with something moving at their hands like that. So.
You had a stretch where you threw 6 straight balls. I mean, how did you go about trying to self-correct and sort of make the adjustment?
Yeah, I think you just got ahead of myself a little bit there. We knew this lineup was very aggressive. We've seen it the past 2 games. They're good at what they do. So I think I was trying to take advantage of that a little too much. Just getting ahead of myself and, just being able to take a step back, relax, take a deep breath, and execute the pitch. We got a ground ball double play there and got out of the inning. So that's all you can ask for.
And how encouraging is it to know you can do that inside the start?
Yeah, it gives you a little bit more confidence, definitely. So, just being able to take a step back and realize it's like, hey, let's just execute a pitch here, let the defense work, and everything will fall into place. So.
How fun has it been to come up here? This has been the best 2-week stretch for this team all year, and to be such an integral part of it as you've been.
Yeah, I mean, I would say just kind of taking, my one day a week and making the most of it, but also being able to sit back the days that I'm not throwing, be in the dugout, be around these guys. I mean, there's a lot of passion and a lot of competitiveness for this game, and they make sure that everyone knows it, and I don't know, it's just a lot of fun. It makes the game a lot more fun for everyone here. So to be a part of that, it's really cool.
Does it feel like it hasn't actually been 3 full weeks actually, but does it feel, how long ago does that feel since they called you and said that we're going to pick you up at 5 a.m.?
Kind of feels like a little while ago, to be honest. Yeah, it feels like it was about 2 months ago, but.
How cool have these weeks been since then?
It's been very good. It's a lot of learning, which I think that's baseball itself, but to be here in this team and this environment with a lot of veteran guys, from the starting pitching side to the relievers, position players, and then a lot of younger guys who are, starting to step up and play really well, which is also really cool to see. So just having guys like that, getting Acuna back and seeing him play, and so stuff like that, just kind of brings the clubhouse together, and you like I said, play baseball, and it makes everything a lot more fun. So.
And how much do you further appreciate, I asked you this question in Bristol, but appreciate that opportunity to spend months down there now. With every passing start, I think you can know what you're leaning on, stuff you probably learned this summer. Yeah, I mean, you learn to be really grateful for patience, and really grateful for opportunities, no matter where they are. So if it's AAA, if it's here, whatever it is, it's an opportunity to play baseball. So when you take that and you just run with it and take advantage of it and don't take a second for granted.
All right, let's get ready. Pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves. The classic call of Braves country baseball on a Friday night in August. Woo, baby. You football fans are fired up. Us baseball fans are fired up. We're not too far from October, baby. Win, lose, or draw. Looking forward to a fun October and hopefully a miracle run in September for the Braves. But to do that, you got to set it up this weekend against the Mets. Hey, Braves Country, Mac McGee here for American Rebel Beer. From the mountains to the prairies to your pint glass with white foam, we're bringing back beer with a backbone. All that matters in our brew is taste and a touch of American excellence. American Rebel Beer, born in the USA.
7 o'clock in the morning. Scotch?
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. You're listening live, and the scene is Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia. We're set to bring you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac McGee. Here's your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off and playing shortstop for the New York Metropolitans, Francisco Lindor, 25 home runs, 72 RBI, 20 stolen bases, batting .262. Batting second, playing right, Juan Soto, 31 home runs, 72 ribbies, 20 stolen bases, batting .247. Starlin Marte, the designated hitter, is batting third. He's got a .281 clip, 5 bags swiped, 24 RBI, 7 stolen bases. Batting cleanup, playing first, Pete Alonso, 28 home runs, 101 RBI, 1 stolen base, batting .264. Matt Vientos is batting fifth and playing third. 9 home runs, 38 RBI, a .233 average. Brett Beatty is at second and batting sixth. 15 home runs, 41 RBI, 6 stolen bases, batting .241. Batting seventh and in left field, Tyrone Taylor. 2 home runs, 19 RBI, 11 stolen bases, batting .199. Cedric Mullins is in center field and batting eighth. He's got 16 home runs, 53 RBI, 17 stolen bases, batting .225. Batting ninth and behind home plate, Hayden Senger. 1 RBI, a .163 average, 8 for 49 on the season. On the mound for the New York Metropolitans, it's Nolan McLean, 1-0 with a shiny 0.00 ERA, a 1.13 whip, 5 innings, 8 strikeouts, 4 walks, 2 hits given up. He'll be going head-to-head with Joey Wentz. J-Dub is 4-3 with a 4.72 ERA, a 1.38 whip, 68 innings, 59 strikeouts, 63 hits allowed, 32 walks, 7 home runs given up. Backing up Joey from whence he came is Jurickson Profar. He's in left field with 10 home runs, 28 RBI, 6 stolen bases, batting .250. Matt Olson batting second, playing first. 19 home runs, 72 RBI, 1 stolen base, batting .270. Batting third, playing right, Ronald Acuna Jr. He's got 14 home runs and 28 RBI, 5 stolen bases, batting .301. Batting cleanup and patrolling center field for your Atlanta Braves, Michael Harris II. 16 home runs, 68 RBI, 14 stolen bases, batting .257. 50 points up from the All-Star break. Batting fifth, the designated hitter, Marcell Ozuna. 20 home runs, 60 RBI, a .235 average. Batting sixth and behind home plate, it's Drake Baldwin. 13 home runs, 56 RBI, a .278 clip. And batting seventh, and at second base, Ozzie Albies. 10 home runs, 50 RBI, 12 stolen bases, batting .229. Batting eighth, and at the hot corner, it's Nacho Alvarez. He has 6 RBI and a .247 average. Nick Allen is at short and batting ninth. 21 RBI, 8 stolen bases, batting .225. Calling balls and strikes behind home plate tonight, it's Ben May. Your first base umpire, Roberto Ortiz. Second base will be manned by Big Bill Miller, and down the third base line is Chad Fairchild. Game time temperatures here, Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia, 77 degrees with the wind blowing out to right at about 6 miles an hour. Your Atlanta Braves come in minus 106 on the money line. The over-under is 8.5. Our pick to click tonight, the Braves are facing a rookie that they've obviously never seen before. The big right-hander coming in hot. We'll take Michael Harris II, sandwiched in between Acuna and Ozuna. He should see some good pitches. We'll take your Atlanta Braves to continue the season domination of the Mets and win this one 6-4. Braves have won 7 of the last 10, and that leads us off with your American Rebel Beer keys to the game tonight. The Braves have won 7 of 10 against the Mets this season. Last series with the Mets, so the worst they can do is win the series at 7-6. But I think that they're going to win the series this weekend and walk out of here at worst 9-4 against the Mets. This is a house of horrors for the Mets for whatever reason. They crumble in Atlanta. They've done it year after year after year, and until we see it differently, you got to believe that the Braves are going to find a way to win. Rookie on the mound. Normally the Braves struggle with these hot shot rookies the first and second time through the order, so expect some quiet bats early, but then get into that Mets bullpen, which they made moves for. They did this at the deadline to be dominant, and they have done nothing but flounder. You look at the New York Mets and what they've done since the All-Star break, and better yet, since the trade deadline. We'll take it a few games before that, back on July 28th. That was about 3 days before the deadline. They were swept then. The New York Mets have lost 16 of 21 ball games since July 28th. They did win 3 in a row going into the week, 2 against Seattle. We mentioned this earlier. Seattle plays horrible on the East Coast. They got pounded by Philly. They lost 2 of 3 against the Mets, and then the Mets won the first game against Washington 8-1. After that, they drop a series to Washington. We all know Washington isn't playing good baseball. This team, for whatever reason, is the exact opposite of what they were last year. Last year, the New York Mets, when the lights shined the brightest, they stepped up. They had a bit of a swagger about them. They're coming in here stumbling, bleeding, wobbling, like a prize fighter who's just holding onto the ropes, waiting for the final bell. Atlanta has a chance to kick that door through and knock them out. A sweep here in Atlanta could do them in. After this, they have to go home and face Philly and Miami, and then travel to Detroit and Cincinnati and Philly once again. That takes them to about midway through September. If the Braves come out tonight and knock their rookie out, who they are high on, you can get the smelling salts out, because this fight could be over before the weekend ever gets going. We had a big threat of rain earlier in the Atlanta area, but it looks like clear sailing tonight. A couple of sprinkles, couple of showers due, but it doesn't look like a whole lot's going to get into the Atlanta area. Maybe a little, but the way the radar is looking right now, it should just miss Truist Park. But we know that weather can't be as predictable as we'd like it to be, so if there is a delay, we'll figure it out. Remember tomorrow, Red Sox, Yankees, Mets, Braves, a double dip on a Saturday matinee right here on Braves Country Radio. That's assuming weather. As we all know, especially on the East Coast in August, you usually get quite a bit of rain. Put your click in the chat, slap that like, and let's get ready, Braves Country. We'd like to thank everybody for choosing Braves Country Radio, and a special thanks to all the country club members. Please like on your way in and subscribe, set those alerts, and share Braves Country Radio to help build the crowd so we can continue to bring you the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Well, it's about that time. Grab you a cold one. Find you an armchair. Atlanta Braves Baseball right here on Braves Country Radio. Your modern-day superstation is in its 5th season of bringing you pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves and our one-of-a-kind production. Take us anywhere you go for over 170 Atlanta Braves ball games. Please like and subscribe today. Join the Country Club. Thank you to all the Country Club members. You help support Braves Country Radio.
Get this bus moving. Stop. Come back. Too late.
Roll call! Yeah, roll call!
You're in Braves Country.
Good evening, Braves Country! Let's see who we got kicking in the chat here before we have to take a quick break. And then if we haven't heard your name, just go ahead and jump back in there. Let's get back into the roll call. Where are we at? There we go. I see Country Club member John, Southern Guy, Justin Hightower, Tree Nug, and Uncle Charlie all in the CC. Greg is in here tonight. Country Club member Justin, Tree Nug, Southern Guy, James Fisher, Gary the Real McCoy, and PETA. We see Beckett in here as well. Country Club members, and I might be repetitive, but there's a lot of comments. Justin Hightower, everybody loves Raymond Lovelace. Justin Green Machine, all Country Club members. Jason Up and Adams, Country Club member. We see SS Dub in here as well. You got the old school logo, the old school Braves logo, SS Dub. I like it. I don't know if I've ever seen that particular one. I've got like, well, let me put it this way. I've never owned something with that particular one. I've got the other one that's very, very much like it. He just doesn't have his eyes closed. Who else do we have in here today? Daryl and his other brother, Daryl Little. We got, let's see who else. Timothy Moore's in here. I think we already got Greg, but just in case. What you talking about, Willis? Mathis? Country Club member 187, George Pearson. I know we got Tree Nug and John earlier, but good to see you. I'm not going to worry about the analytics of what the percentage of us making the playoffs, Beckett, but I do know this. We can't absorb many more losses or it's a wrap. So, we got to be white hot going into September and keep the good times rolling. And if they keep playing, and remember, we get Chris Sale back next week. So, though Austin Riley's done for, he wasn't having that great of an offensive season anyways. Well, I think what hurts us more than anything else is his range at third. Grandma King, ain't seen you in a while. Good to see you. My man Nathaniel Brooks, Country Club member. So honestly, I believe that the Braves, if they're going to make the playoffs, they don't have to go undefeated, right? But we were talking about the other day when there was, at the time I think there were 38 games. It was either the last game or the one before. I don't have the record in front of me right now. I believe this is game, I'll say this is game 128. If it's game 128, that means you have 34 games left, right? I think you probably have to go somewhere like around a 27-8, or I guess it'd be 27-7. You might be able to go 26-8, maybe even, but you can't absorb a lot of losses because it's not how many games you're back, it's how many people are in front of you. And you got to leapfrog them. And though someone's bound to lose, someone's bound to win because they're playing each other. So that's the short of it. We don't have to worry about the Phillies. We're not catching the Phillies. I know we got to play them, but we don't have to. Hopefully the Phillies will be half asleep when we come in there. We can at least split that series. But we need to win this series, bare minimum. We need to win the series in Miami. If we can split the series in Philly, it would go a long way. But we've got a tough road in front of us. We went over it the other day. I don't have time to get into it again, but we've got a tough road until we get to mid-September. When we get to mid-September, it gets a hell of a lot easier. That doesn't mean anything in baseball because it's the starting pitcher, but it looks like we're getting pretty good weather. It's funny, there's 2 rain bands that are dancing around the stadium. They don't look terrible, so they may even play through a little bit of drizzle, but it looks like they clear out pretty quickly. We're going to take a real quick break. When we come back, pitch by pitch, play by play of those Atlanta Braves we know and love. Hey, Braves Country, Mac McGee here for American Rebel Beer. America's patriotic light lager, all natural ingredients. Stand tall, be proud. The perfect beer to celebrate life, liberty, and your pursuit of the American dream. America's patriotic light lager, offering a crisp, clean, bold taste. Perfect beer to celebrate life, liberty, and your pursuit of the American dream. A beer with only 110 calories that tastes like a full-flavored beer and celebrates like freedom. Hey, Braves Country, this is Mac McGee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Join the Country Club today. Help support Braves Country Radio. Join the Country Club today. It helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Hey, Braves Country, Mac McGee here for American Rebel Beer. From the mountains to the prairies to your pint glass with white foam, we're bringing back beer with a backbone. All that matters in our brew is taste and a touch of American excellence. American Rebel Beer, born in the USA.
Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt our program of dance music to bring you a special bulletin from the radio news.
Sit quietly and we will control all that you see and hear. There is nothing wrong. You are about to participate in a great adventure. You are about to experience the awe and mystery.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both things and ideas. You've just crossed over into
Adventures in Time and Space.
We offer you
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
Hi, folks. Join us now for another Braves ball game. Yes, sir. This is the one we've been waiting for. This is it. This makes you feel like it's spring and baseball, no more measles, and free tickets to the circus.
You're in Braves country.
This is a reminder, disorderly conduct will not be tolerated. Please respect your fellow fan and refrain from any unruly behavior. Failure to comply with these guidelines will result in ejection.
Can you predict what will come in 100 years? Or in 10? Or in the next minute? Some people think they can. Nuclear scientists, mathematicians, astronomers, biologists. Because they see beyond the known dimensions of time and space.
You're in Braves country.
Braves country! I do want to give y'all a heads up. Apple is normally a little bit behind. So I'm going to try to do the best I can, but I'm going to see it after what is seen on the 3D. So I'm going to try to give you play-by-play off of the 3D, essentially. Because unless it's slower than usual, Apple TV is normally extremely slow to bring you the broadcast. And we've tried it every way. We've tried going through Ethernet on a desktop, on a laptop, Wi-Fi, you name it. We are the fastest internet capable, and it's always slow as hell compared to what we get off of MLB. That being said, if you missed it, ESPN's taking over MLB TV is what it looks like. It's what it sounds like. And that could be a problem. We're still going to bring you the games, but it could be an absolute nightmare of what happens going forward. Hopefully they just take over what's already working and let it go, but we'll see what happens. ESPN has yet to do anything correct in a long, long, long time. Waiting for the Braves are wearing their Friday Night Reds, by the way, as they were doing, if you remember, they were doing the celebration. I'm going to try to get as much as I can to be able to share with y'all on that. They didn't show it on Apple. They didn't say, I mean, people are ticked off, but I'm going to try to do what I can for you. See if we can share it to you either this weekend or early next week on Braves Country Day. We're going to try to find. I found something, but I don't know if I can do it justice. But we're going to try to do it. We'll go ahead and put that up real quick so you can. When we wait for the 3D to kick in, we'll bring it to you. But I am not happy that ESPN's taken over. I thought MLB TV does about as good a job as anybody with what they do and how they bring it. And I'm not even talking about the 3D aspect of it, because I do believe that will stay. I'm talking about just the way you consume the games and the way they set up. You know, for instance, when we do the Apple games, they don't have the StatCast on the TV. They don't have anything like that you can put on and whatnot. So it really is an inferior product. And ESPN's broadcasts never have anything like that, but I'm hoping MLB will continue it. But it's a lot of rumors on what they're going to control as of now. Braves wearing their Friday Night Reds, Braves across the chest in blue, outlined in white, same thing with the numerals on the back and the piping down the middle of the center of the jerseys and the side of the pants. New York is wearing their road grays, New York on the chest, outlined in orange, blue ball caps, interlocking orange and white. Yes, sir! It is baseball time in Braves country, and the first pitch on the way is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 up top. Misses high. 1-1. But so far, so good. This is the first time Apple's ever been on point with this. So we'll see what happens going forward. Braves nothing, Mets nothing. The 1-1. Right there. Throws a frisbee in there for a strike. It's 1-2. Braves left to right across the outfield look like this, ladies and gentlemen, tonight. Profar to Hawk to Acuna, left to right. Around the horn, the same old, same old. It's Nacho, Allen, Ozzie, and Olsen. Drake Baldwin is behind the plate. Wentz on the bump. What you'll see from Wentz tonight is a four-seamer, a cutter, a curve, and a change. He relies on the four-seamer and cutter the most, a combined 82% of the time. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Strike three. Got him with the bender down and in. One away. Good pitch. Really good pitch. Nasty bender. That looked like his cutter. So 1 up, 1 down. Juan Soto, the batter, lefty-lefty matchup. First pitch on the way. Swing. Lifts it into center. And it's going to be a lazy fly ball out to center field. Michael Harris II will step to his left and make the catch. Quickly 2 down. Braves nothing, Mets nothing, just getting going in the bottom, or the top of the first inning, I should say. Wentz comes set, kicks and fires. 94 mile an hour right below the knees to Starlin Marte. It's 1-0. 1-0. Kicks and fires. Inside misses. 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Brings it. Swing. Blasts it down the left field line. Out of play, 2-1. Lindor said something to Marte before he went to the dugout. You wonder if it's something he thinks that Wentz is tipping. He was on that one. Pitch on the way, right there on the outer edge. 2-2. 2-2 count. They call that a ball? All right, 3-1, swing, rips it into left. That's down for a base hit. It's going to get up against the wall. Profar's on it, but it's going to be a 2-out double for the Mets. Two up, 2 down. Runner at second base after the double. That'll bring Pete Alonso to the plate. First pitch on the way to Pete is a slider right there for a strike. It's over. 0-1. Right there on the outer edge, 0-2. 0-2 count. Braves nothing, Mets nothing. The pitch. Curveball in the dirt. 1-2. What you'll notice from Joey Wentz, and I'll make the mistake from time to time, but his cutter acts like a slider. So it's really more like a slider, but he calls it a cutter, so that's why it registers in that way. It doesn't have the true cut that a cutter does. It goes down and in. It's a pretty good break. The 1-2. Swing, fouls it back. We'll do it again. Joey Wentz, 14 pitches in this inning. Runner at second, 2 outs. Braves looking for a scoreless first and grab the bats. The 1-2 to Pete. Kicks and fires. Swing, pops it up. High in the sky. Underneath it is Acuna, and that'll end the inning. We'll try to reset the screens when we come back. They've been having big time problems in Atlanta all this week.
Somebody about to get dragged. We not going to sleep tonight, bitch.
So FEMA has decided to just go ahead and confiscate everything that everybody's donating? What?
There is no bigger punk in media than Jeff Passan. Jeff Passan is a little. Jeff Passan wrote an article about Pete Rose, but it wasn't about Pete Rose dying. That said, well, Pete Rose has only himself to blame for his legacy. On the day the man died,
Hey, stupid. Hurricanes don't vote. Watching what's unfolded from this and how you guys have talked to each other through it is absolutely insane to me. Talking to your fellow Americans about how I'm glad it hit where it hit. I'm glad those people are hurting. Or alternatively, I wish it hit somewhere else so somebody else could be hurting. These are your neighbors. You guys are literally out here batting for a team where the coach doesn't even like you, in a stadium that you can't even buy nosebleed seats to go watch. I grew up in a country where Tim, Billy, Bob, Joe, and Xander with the purple hair may not have liked each other, but it wasn't just pure unadulterated hate. Hating somebody on the other side of the aisle is not a political stance, it's a chemical imbalance.
Bench's toughness made him seem almost indestructible, which made what came late in the 1972 season so stunning.
This was in August. We went in for our team physical. They got the x-rays and stuff, and a few days later they came back and said, we need to take another x-ray. And they said, we'd like to take what they call a graph x-ray. And I said, wait a minute, what's going on here? And they said, well, I can't say unless the doctor. I said, well, I'm not going back in unless you tell me. He said, well, we see a little shadow or spot on the lung and we want to make sure. So they did another graph, and then sure enough, I had a spot on my lung.
More tests on the spot on his right lung followed, but the doctors couldn't make a diagnosis.
So now they don't know what to do except they've got to go in there because I know it's about the size of a silver dollar and it's on the interlobe of the right lung and they've got to go get it.
I mean, you hear something like that, that's scary. You don't know what it is. I mean, is this a pimple or is this stage 4 cancer? You don't know.
Welcome back, Braves Country Radio. One thing that does stay normal for Apple broadcasts, along with the ESPN and Fox for that matter, is they complain about the length of games and they have the longest breaks in between innings. McLean comes in, first pitch, throws it in the dirt, and it bangs Michael Harris on the leg, and he'll head on down to first. What the deuce was that? I think he slipped off the mound. We're going to have to try to reset this screen again for you. Something's going on in the city of Atlanta. I don't know. I think they've cut too many expenses on who runs the show there. First pitch on the way to Matt Olson is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. We're working to get the screen back, so be patient. Matt Olson batting .270, 19 home runs, 72 RBI. The 0-1 right there. It's 0-2. So no 2 count. Runner at first. Nobody out. McLean, one start this year, 5 1/3 shutout ball. The 0-2, way outside wide, 1-2. What you're going to get for the defense for the Metropolitans tonight? Taylor in left, Mullins in center, and Soto in right. Pull the screen back to see if we can get the eye on Jurickson. The 1-2's bang down the line foul. We'll do it again. Left to right across the infield, it's Vientos, Lindor, Beatty, and Alonso. Sanger is behind the plate. McLean on the bump. He has a 6-pitch mix, but really he leans on the sweeper, the sinker, and the curve the most, and the 4-seamer. More on that in a second. The 1-2, swing and a miss. Chase one down and in. Yacked him on the way. There's definitely a connection problem in Atlanta. That's what's going on with the screen. So we'll deal with it as we go, but I'm not going to worry about it. We've got to bring you the play-by-play. One on, one out. First pitch on the way to Ronald Acuna Jr. swatted down the line foul. It's 0-1. McLean, 7 pitches in. Righty-righty matchup. Pitch on the way, swung on, chopped over to short. It's going to be a 6-4-3 attempt at a double play. They don't get the ball out of the mitt. It was a bad feed by Lindor. He one-hopped it from about 5 feet away into the glove of Beatty, and a good job by Beatty to come up with that ball, or that would have been instant disaster for the Mets. Ronald Acuna Jr. came over that ball. He rolled it over. And normally a really good defensive shortstop in Francisco Lindor. He won't get an error on that, but he knows he should have had that double play. First pitch on the way to Harris is right there. First strike, it's 0-1. The 0-1 righty-lefty matchup. Kicks and fires, swatted down the line, foul. It's 0-2. Braves nothing. Mets nothing. The 0-2, outside wide. So a 1-2 count. Infield back into the right. Pitch on the way. Outside wide. Did he go around? They're going to say he did. Strike 3. Not sure about that one. Stu Fairchild's down there, though. He's about as clueless as they come. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. 0-0 your score.
Or, hear me out, you go f*** yourself, and I keep doing what I'm doing.
I'm an idiot, and here's why.
Hey. Do not put yourself down like that. It's probably not that bad.
My laundry machine takes quarters. Naturally, I'm like, where does one just get quarters?
I may have spoke too soon.
So I'm like, okay, I'm going to go on Amazon and buy quarters. You can buy, like, rolls of quarters on Amazon. I'm like...
Anyway, long story short, she ordered 72 sleeves of quarters for $10, thinking that every sleeve that's worth $10 would have $10 worth of quarters in.
Empty.
Yeah, we know.
If it's not a strike, guess what? You're starting to get back into the at-bat. You're getting back into the count. And so, you try to talk to people about that now, and they're like, we don't need to do that. I'm swinging for the fences. I'm like, yeah, it's because you're a ass. You don't want to hit 300. You don't want to help your teammates out, and you don't care about striking out. That's why you strike out 150 times and hit 230, 240. So all of you guys in the major leagues that hit 230, 240, 15 homers, 45 RBIs, strike out 150 times, you mother. You guys are not hitters.
Still, everything they could learn, including the fact that the spot had only newly formed, left the doctors comfortable putting off the surgery until December. So despite the uncertainty, Bench kept playing, and playing as well as ever.
If you didn't know, you wouldn't have known.
I'm going to say he took it in stride, but he didn't complain. He just kept playing, and that was the way he was.
Johnny was going about his business. So I don't know exactly what he knew, and none of us knew really anything more than he might have a problem here. But there was nothing to indicate that there was anything out of the ordinary going on at that time.
Welcome back. Joey Wentz goes back to work. First pitch on the way. Swing and a miss at the bender around the knees to Mark Vientos, excuse me. It's 0-1. Well, this idiot standing in front of the plate's back this week. This has only happened in Atlanta, so it's something they're doing wrong. The 0-1 swung on, fouled straight back. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. If y'all were with us the other night, they were having these complications. It's something that Atlanta's doing. Probably not cleaning the lens or something. Something lazy on the end of whoever's in charge of it. The 0-2 count, because I was checking the other games yesterday just out of curiosity, and none of it didn't happen anywhere. The 0-2, did he go around? Strike three, got him. One away. Joey Wentz, first strikeout of the day. Or second strikeout, make it first strikeout of the... He struck out Lindor for the first batter. Lefty-lefty matchup now. First pitch on the way to Brett Beatty. He is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Inside for a strike. Good. Cutter. 1-2. 1-2 count. Toronto leads the Marlins 3-0 in the second, so good deal on that one. 1-1. Swings and misses. Oh, here comes Apple with their percentages. Ugh. You knew that was coming. Says that the Braves have a 0.3% chance of making the playoffs. The Mets is 78. They do this all game long in the corners with their games. It is absolutely just cute, gut-wrenching. 1-2 pitch is swung on and dropped into center field for a single, and Beatty's on with one out here in the second inning. If you believe those percentages that they come up with, I've got a couple of bitches I can sell you. I've said it for years, but expected stats are fables. Tyrone Taylor, the batter, first pitch on the way is a swing and a miss. It's 0-1. Expected stats in sports are fables. Lefty-righty matchup, the 0-1 swing and a miss. 0-2. 0-2 count. Braves nothing, Mets nothing. Just getting going here on a Friday night here in Braves country. College football starts tomorrow. I know a lot of y'all are excited for that. The 0-2 lifted down the left field line, down for a base hit, and the Mets have runners on first and second with just one away. A double play will get Wentz out of the jam. Cedric Mullins coming to the plate. Mullins, the center fielder. I found it interesting. They have him in center and Tyrone Taylor in left tonight. And the reason being, Tyrone Taylor's a much better defensive center fielder than Mullins. First pitch on the way is swung on and lifted high and deep into right field, but not deep enough. Ronald Acuna Jr. grabs it with this golden red glove, fires it into the infield. A one-hopper to Nacho, and everybody stays put. 2 down. Good throw by Ronnie. No runs, 3 hits, no errors for the Mets. The Braves have yet to get a base hit. They do have a base runner by the hit by pitch in the first pitch of the game by McLean. He slipped off the mound and put a one-hopper into the leg of Profar. First pitch on the way is a cutter. Hit the zone but didn't get the call. It's 1-0. Lefty-righty matchup. 1-0. Swing, pops it up, back behind home plate. Drake gives it a look. Bends back. What we're going to do is, during the breaks, we're going to try to refresh the screen from time to time. It's doing it. You got to see the other one we have. It looks like Ghostmen in almost like in stormtrooper outfits. 1-1 count. Brings it, swing, rips it down the left field line. That's going to at least be one run. Profar cuts it off, fires it in the infield, and they'll have runners on the corners with 2 outs. Good piece of hitting there. And Sanger, has an RBI single. 2 outs and now back to the top of the order, and that's the real problem for Wentz. Would have liked to have cleared the deck there and faced the top of the order next inning. Runners on the corners, 2 outs. First pitch on the way. Outside wide for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Kicks and fires, high and out of the zone. 1-1. 1-1 count. Braves trail 1-0. Pitch on the way, swing, slices it back foul, challenging with the 4-seamer. 1-2. The 1-2. Taylor is creeping down the line at first, by the way. 1-2. Outside wide 2-2. And with Wentz, the left-hander on the mound, Taylor's got that look like if you don't pay attention to him, he might take off. 2-2 count. Swing, pops it back foul. We'll do it again. The 2-2. Wentz really running his count up here. The 2-2 pitch. In the dirt, ball 3-3-2. 35 pitches for Wentz. They can ill afford to get into the bullpen early in this. I mean, we have the dregs of our rotation here in this series. It's Wentz, it's Quantrill, who we picked up off the trash sheet from Miami, and then Elder on Sunday, the payoff pitch in the dirt ball. So Wentz has now loaded the bases. There's 2 outs. Still a 1-0 game, so if he can get out of this, he'll be all right, but Juan Soto is coming to the plate. 31 home runs on the year. We'll have a lefty-lefty matchup. And Soto, after a quick talk by Rick Kranitz, heads back to the dugout. Bases loaded. Soto finally climbing into the box. Lefty-lefty matchup. Wentz looks in. Here's the pitch. Right there for a strike on the inner cut. It's 0-1. Mets 1, Braves nothing. Of course, the Braves made many comebacks against the Mets just this year. 1.6-0 just a few weeks ago. They got down the 0-1 in the dirt 1-1. 1-1 count. Wentz brings it in the dirt 2-1. Infield back and to the right. Playing Soto to pull. Two one count. Wentz really working slow here. The 2-1 right there for a strike, 2-2. He normally works much quicker than this. So I don't know if the Mets have him rattled or what, but he is working extremely slow compared to what he normally does. The 2-2, down and in. So now he's worked the count full. With 2 outs, the runners will be on the move. So that's the last thing you wanted. Getting way too cute. So a full count. Man, it looked like he went around. They checked the line down there. Third base umpire Stu Fairchild, who thankfully won't be behind the plate in this series. But he's already missed 2 calls over there tonight. The payoff pitch, and nowhere near the zone, ball 4. So he'll walk in a run. 2 runs on Wentz, both of them earned. He's already given up 4 base hits, 2 strikeouts. And Starlin Marte, who smoked one down the left field line to him the first time up, is coming to the plate. First pitch on the way, swing and a miss at the bender in the dirt. It's 0-1. 43 pitches. Just 2 outs here in the second inning. The 0-1. And nowhere near the zone. Trying to get him to chase. 1-1. 1-1 count. Pitch on the way, swing, rifles it foul into the stands. It's 1-2. Long top of the second inning. Joey Wentz on the ropes here. A strike away from getting out of it. Does he go aggressive or does he continue to nibble? The 1-2. Swing, pops it up. Out on the outer bands towards the outfield. Ronald Acuna Jr. is underneath it, and that'll end the inning. 2-0 your score, but it could have been a heck of a lot worse. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
I got some green paint and I found a snake. Great. Why? You know, the snakes, because I don't remember where we landed on St. Patty, but I remember snakes were involved. And the green paint's for the beer.
Okay, love the snake. But why not just use food coloring for the beer?
Because beer's not a food. When was the last time you ate a beer?
When was the last time you drank paint? Have you been drinking paint?
No.
Let me see your tongue. Oh my God, dude! You can't drink paint.
I know. I hear you.
You say that, but I don't think that you're gonna stop.
Yeah, I get it though, man. That's right.
I feel like you're saying you get it, but you don't get it.
It's cool.
It's not cool.
in year 2, in March of '73, you end up in the Final Four. I mean, year 2 in the Final Four, and you face the great UCLA Bruins and John Wooden.
Well, I've never been a Wooden fan. You know,
Now, that's like almost heresy.
and not to me it isn't. You know, Wooden had a guy named Sam Gilbert. And
He kind of did the dirty work.
not kinda.
Okay.
Sam Gilbert was the #1 recruiter for UCLA. But from then on, I don't respect Wooden because he allowed Sam Gilbert to do whatever it took to recruit kids. And one time he told me, he said, I just didn't know how to deal with Sam Gilbert. And I'm saying to myself, well, I damn sure should have dealt with him.
I think he was the perfect face of the Yankees at the time. He was the captain of the Yankees, and you could just sense that even opponents respected him.
He was as good as there was. He was the captain of the team. I mean, he had to set the example. He was the guy that everybody looked up to.
Everything he did in his career, he was exemplary of how to be a Yankee. You had no choice but just to kind of look up, to him and trying to emulate what he was doing.
It wasn't about Donnie. It was about the team. Donnie didn't want to jump out to the forefront of all the limelight.
He gives you that impression that he's here to work. He rolls his sleeves up. He doesn't want to shortcut anything. It's blue collar. He never lost the Midwest.
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back. See if we can change our luck up a little bit. Change the screen when we try to do this again. I'm trying to wait till right before the inning began because it's losing it, and it's got nothing to do with our internet connection, I can tell you that. First pitch on the way from McLean is down for a ball. Looked like it hit the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0 outside wide, ball 2-2-0, way outside the zone. So a 2-0 count. Pitch on the way, in the dirt. Three and 0. Marcell Ozuna, the batter. Braves trail 2-0. The 3-0. Outer edge, question mark, 3-1. The pitch looked very, very much like ball 4. But he's already blown one the other way. So 3-1 is dribbled over to third. That'll be an easy out with Ozuna's speed or lack thereof. We're going to go ahead and put this on the scoreboard because MLB is spitting the bit. And I don't want y'all to sit there and stare at nothing. That's essentially what we have here. So we'll get it on the scoreboard here in a second. Once it comes back, I will switch it over. I'm going to keep it monitored on my end. First pitch on the way to Drake Baldwin. He's right there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Outside wide. 1-1. 1-1 count, lefty-righty matchup. Kicks and fires. Misses the edge outside, ball 2-1. 2-1 count. Brings it. 3-1. The 3-1 count. Swing. Chops it right back to the mound. Easy out. 1-3. 2 down. Really can't believe that the Braves agreed to have the night where they gave everybody their flowers from the 1995 World Series championship. That they went out here as the first pitch on the way to Ozzie is right there, first strike. It's 0-1. The idea is the 0-1 dribbled over to first, and that'll end the inning. Braves go down really quickly. What was that, like 5 pitches? Good job, Tim. Higher. Let's slide him to an extension. We'll be back in a flash.
Well, I'm feeling quite well rested. Some might say I slept like a baby. But that one, it's never made no sense to me. I've had 3 of those, and I don't recall a lot of sleeping.
I have contained my rage for as long as possible, but I shall unleash my fury upon you like the crashing of 1,000 waves! Begone, vile man! Begone from me! A starter car! This car is a finisher car! A transporter of gods! The golden god! I am untethered and my rage knows no bounds!
My mom asked me, she said, if you took a shot for every bad decision you've ever made, would you be sober, would you be tipsy, or would you be wasted? I said, I'll be dead.
Little manager card, and you think you're so cool just because you write the schedule and you get to tell us what to do, when in reality, you know you're not even worth a bit of the
For Donald Arthur Mattingly, home has always been here, Evansville, Indiana, a city of about 120,000 people in the southwest corner of the state.
I was never looking to, move to Manhattan or move to LA. I was like, this is a place I come, I can get away. I grew up in this house on the left here. Everything seems so much smaller now. It seemed so big before.
It's here where Don Mattingly, the youngest of 5 kids in his family, began excelling at sports at an early age. He'd become a 3-sport star in high school, but it was on the baseball diamond where he fell in love with the idea of being great.
It was a pleasure to coach him. He'd hit 2 or 3 hours before practice. Of course, we'd practice about 3 hours, too. I've never seen anybody that worked any harder than he did.
Fly ball. That looks to be in the gap over left way over Dan White. On his way to third with his second triple of the ball game.
If you want to stop me, you're going to have to own it!
Welcome back. Braves trail 2-0. Joey wants to see if he can get his act together. Absolutely awful second inning where he gave up three hits, 2 runs. He also walked 2. He'll go back to work. 2-0 your score. First pitch on the way. It's swung on and smoked into left field, down for a base hit. And Pete Alonso keeps the good times rolling for the Mets. We can kind of see, the more we do his games, why he never made it as a starter. And for the Braves fans that are on social media that are telling you he's going to be one of the starters in 2025, that's just simply not the case. This is a guy that's in the rotation right now because he has to be, not because we want him to be. First pitch on the way is a 92-mile-an-hour fastball right there for a strike to Vientos. It's 0-1. Now, with that being said, considering everything, he's done a great job. I have nothing but respect for what Wentz has done, but he's very limited as a starter. The 0-1 rifles it back, foul, it's 0-2. I do think he can be a very viable long man out of the bullpen from the left side. 0-2 count. Lefty-righty matchup. The pitch on the way. Swing, fouls it straight back. Do it again. And you need guys like that in your bullpen to be able to manage an entire season. And from time to time, you may be asked to do more than just 1 or 2 innings. You go into the 2026 season, and let's be honest, we're going to have all these dances of sugar plums and everything about what the rotation looks like, and within 3 weeks, at least one guy's injured. It happens every year. The 0-2, in the dirt, 1-2. In fact, I can't remember the last time we haven't had a starting pitcher on the IL right out the gates to start the season. It has been quite some time. Max Fried went on the IL all the time. 1-2 count. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Big strikeout there by Wentz. 1 away. Now a double play can get you out of the jam. Infield is back into the right. Lefty-lefty matchup as Beatty comes to the plate. First pitch on the way, swing, lifts it into center field, getting on his horse's hair. It's going to go off the wall, bangs off to the right. He's trying to get it into the infield. Here comes Alonso to the plate. Here comes the throw from Allen, and a good cutoff. Wow. That ball was getting sent to home, and it was a great cutoff before it could get to home plate. You see that again. I believe that was Olsen, because he saw that Alonso was rounding first. Man, does he run slow for someone who's supposed to be young and in shape. But he was rounding third, and what Olsen was thinking about doing is cutting it off and firing it to third base to catch him off the bag, but he got back in time. First pitch on the way, swung on and banged over to third. Good play by Nacho. He'll fire some cheese over to Olsen. 5-3, 2 down. Infield was in. Wondered if anybody caught the Red Sox-Yankees game last night. It was on National Fox TV. Because John Smoltz said something that made me laugh. And he didn't mean to make me laugh, but it made me laugh because I don't think he watches Braves baseball. First pitch on the way is a bender down below the knees to Cedric Mullins. It's 1-0. Lefty-lefty matchup, the infield now back with 2 outs. Runners at second and third. The 1-0. Inside 2-0. Don't need to be pussyfooting behind this batter. You got the right-handed Sanger on deck, and he's already taking you for a single. Mullins, 16 home runs, 225. Right there for a strike. Good curveball. 2-1. Infield is back into the left. Two on, 2 out, second and third. The pitch, swing, pops it back, foul. It's 2-2. But John Smoltz was commenting on the Red Sox-Yankees. The Red Sox had a man on third. I believe it was a tie game. Middle innings, 4th or 5th. And they had the infield all the way in with no outs. It's a 2-2. Swing, chops a foul, do it again. And he was getting all over them, saying that he doesn't understand any team, and he sees the Red Sox do it a lot. He doesn't understand why anyone would bring the infield in, because you're opening yourself up to a bigger inning. And he mentioned the Red Sox, and he mentioned it was either the Dodgers or the Padres. He said, but they do it a lot, but you just don't see it. And I started laughing. I was like, the Braves, that's all they know how to do. It was the 2-2's in the dirt, ball 3-2. Good block by Drake Baldwin. We're going to try to share this tab now, and hopefully it stays going for you. We're going to keep it on the action cam because it keeps messing up. It does appear to be a touch behind, but at least it's something. The payoff pitch, swing, rips it into right over the head of Acuna. That's going to score 2. He misplays it off the wall, and that's going to be easy 2 runs. Bad defensive play by Acuna. Wouldn't have mattered. They would have scored the run, but now Mullins stands at third. Mets have made it a 4-0 game. He was trying to play that on the quick ricochet. I don't know why, because the ball was over his head. Mullins was going to make it to second. I think he has fallen in love with the idea of gunning people down. and he knows that it gets him on the highlight reel, and that's what he was trying to pull off. But a smart defensive play off that wall would have been to let it breathe, get it on the one hopper, and the guy's at second. Probably doesn't make a ton of difference with Mullins' speed, but nonetheless. Sanger takes the first pitch down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. Remember, the Braves trailed this same Mets team 6-0 in New York just a couple of weeks ago, and they came roaring back. So it ain't over. 1-0. Check swing foul, 1-1. Joey Wentz definitely doesn't have it today. 1-1 count. And if you missed the pregame show, Spencer Strider has been pushed to next week. The kid they picked up off the trash pile from Miami, Cal Quantrill, he's going to start tomorrow, and Elder on Sunday. So we're going to have to score runs to win this series. That's just no doubt about it. The 1-1. Swing pops it up. Should stay in play. It does. Nacho calling everybody off. He'll make the catch, F5 in your scorecard, and that'll end the inning. But once again, the Braves give up a crooked number. It's 4-0. We head to the bottom of the third.
If you stab a cereal box, are you a serial killer? Yeah, for sure. If you do the Cocoa Puffs or Lucky Charms, I'll come after you myself. But any other cereal, you're doing this world a favor.
Want to know who is to blame for your low self-esteem?
Yes.
Close your eyes and I'll show you.
Okay.
Open. That's right.
Mirrors.
No.
You see how I can't scan myself? It's because I'm priceless.
Or you're not worth anything.
90% of the time, I'm not even responsible for my own action.
What if you quit drinking?
Yeah, what if?
That's a dope-ass car, bro. How much is it?
I don't know.
New? That's not how you say it.
Then how do you say it then?
It's I don't knowing. Bro, it's not I don't knew or I don't knowing. Then what is it then? I don't know.
You dumbass. If you didn't know, shut the up then.
Hey y'all, it's Nurse Rachel, and guess what? Here's some things you don't put in your urethra. Okay, number 1, toothpicks, Q-tips, don't do it. Number 2, incense stick. All because why, people? He wanted his pee to smell better.
Bench's performance on the field never wavered, and the 24-year-old earned his 5th straight Gold Glove and 2nd MVP award, while leading the Reds back to the playoffs.
A tremendous drive by Johnny Bench.
But all the questions about his health were never far from his mind.
I, of course, sort of went into that playoffs knowing that there was a chance that that could be my last game.
Today, it's the 5th and final game of the National League playoffs at Riverfront Stadium in Cincinnati, Ohio, between the Pittsburgh Pirates and Cincinnati Reds.
The Pirates were leading by a run in the bottom of the 9th when they brought in their star reliever, Dave Justy, with the first man he faced wondering if this would be the final at-bat of his life.
Well, Johnny Bench will lead things off for Cincinnati, their final hope for 1972.
Welcome back, Braves Country. First pitch on the way to Nacho Alvarez is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Nacho batting .247 on the season. Braves. Number 8 hitter, the 1-0, bangs it down the line. That's going to be a fair ball. And Nacho Alvarez gets us going here on a Friday night in Hotlanta. He comes flying into second, stand-up double to lead off the 3rd inning. And let's go, baby, Nacho!
Whoa, you check it out. What? Look, that guy. Get me some nachos. It is a sign. A sign that needs nachos to help me score.
Good piece of hitting there by Nacho. Just got it right inside the line. First pitch on the way to Allen is up top for a ball. It's 1-0. Allen facing a 4-run deficit, they won't have him bunt over as the 1-0. Inside almost gets him 2-0. Nicky, we need you to lean into that one, buddy, not spin around and get out of the way. When you got an OPS of nothing, we're going to need you to take one for the team, buddy. The 2-0. Swing, chops it up the middle. 4-3 put out, 1 down. On the play, though, Nacho does make it down to third, so a fly ball can put us on the board, and usually the first run is the hardest run to score. Good to see you, Kerry. Saw Velvet in here. I sent the hi to Velvet, but I don't think it went through. Noticed that a little while later. Been fighting the 3D monsters here tonight. Righty-lefty matchup. Infield back and to the right. Kicks and fires. Swing and a miss. Down and in on the hands. It's on 1. The 0-1. Down and in. 1-1. So 1-1 count. Bet's willing to give up the run if Profar just drags it over to the right side of the infield. 1-1. Misses high, 2-1. But Braves are looking for a much bigger inning. You just at least want to come away with this run. Get yourself on the board. Start putting some pressure on the youngster. The rookie right-hander brings it, swings, slaps it through the hole, and that's a base hit. And that's a Profar Pro good. We'll take you to the jerk store, baby.
Well, the jerk store, Cole. They're running out of you.
It's smart. It's a smart line, and a smart crowd will appreciate it. And I'm not going to dumb it down for some bonehead mass audience.
He went in with the sinker, and Profar hit it on the screws, slapped it through the hole, and the Braves are cooking. 4-1 your score. Matt Olson, the batter. First pitch on the way, outside wide, but called for a strike. It's on 1. The 0-1. Out and away, 1-1. 1-1 count. McLean looks in, the pitch, in the dirt, ball 2, 2-1. Braves on the board, it's 4-1 New York. Two 1 pitch. McLean. Swing, fouls it back. 2-2. We need to make a trade for this kid, Nolan McLean. I've got so many McDonald jokes I want to do with him. The 2-2 down and in. 3-2. Full count. Standing on deck is Ronald Acuna Jr. He represents the tying run. McLean leans over there, and Mick throws it over to first. Full count to Olson. Profar at first. Anything that gets down, go shopping in the gap on a Friday night, could score. The 3-2, they throw it down to second, and it's going to be a strike him out, throw him out. Bad jump by Profar, and that'll end the inning. We'll be back in a flash. Braves just ran themselves out of an inning, but we put a run on the board.
So how do you know when a woman's about to say something smart?
Oh, I can't wait to hear this.
When she starts by saying, "A man once told me."
Yep.
Haha, how many men does it take to open a beer?
None. It should already be open when you bring it to me.
Bro, you gotta talk to me.
I'm not talking to you anymore this morning. It's already started. You started. It's Monday morning. I'm done with you.
You know he's not real.
He is.
He's not real.
How is he not Will? Everyone has seen him.
They seen a big hairy man?
Sasquatch is Will. I'm going to be the first one to prove it. I'm telling you now, everyone's seen him. People just can't catch him. And you know what? You're just sitting there going, oh, he's not Will, because no one's ever found the body. You know why?
Why?
They don't die.
What do they sound like, do you know?
I don't know. I didn't know what they sound like, but I haven't met one in person yet. But I'm going to be the first one to catch him.
Mattingly was picked by the New York Yankees in the 19th round of the 1979 draft, the 493rd player selected. But he'd quickly establish himself as a prospect in the minors, even if some teammates doubted he had a real future in the game.
Donnie wasn't one of those wow guys when you first saw him. He was a gangly, kind of long-necked guy that kept the bat in the zone a long time, and I kept looking at him and I said, this is that guy they're talking about. Didn't run particularly well, but was a great base runner. I had an average arm at best from the outfield, but could really throw at first base. And then the more you're around him, the more you go, yeah, I see what they're talking about. He was relentless in his pursuit of being as good as he's capable of being. In a lot of ways, he did a lot for my career because, I played 7 or 8 years and I went, okay, he's going to play first base for the Yankees or left field. We were both playing both. And I said, I'm not. So I got to find something else to do. So thanks, Donnie, for I get on with my career.
I don't deserve this. I don't deserve this pain and suffering and hurt that this team has bestowed upon me for 28. I don't deserve this. I don't deserve this hurt. I don't.
Welcome back, Braves country. Atlanta Braves trail 4-1. We're in the top of the 4th. Mets will grab the bats. Wentz back to work. First pitch on the way to Lindor. He's down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Swing, fouls it straight back. 1-1 count. Four runs, 7 hits, no errors for the Mets. 1 run, 2 hits, no errors for the Braves. Mets scored 2 in the second, 2 in the third. The Braves answer back with 1 in the bottom of the third. We sit here in the 4th. The 1-1 from Wentz. He is working extremely slow tonight. It might have something to do with his woes. He's 1-1, fouls it down the line. It's 1-2. I mean, you could eat a cheeseburger and smoke a cigarette in between these pitches. I don't know. He's not getting called. 1-2 count. Francisco Lindor back into the box. The 1-2. Leans in, drops it down, misses the zone, 2-2. Two count. Swing, smokes it into center field, down for a base hit, and it's another leadoff runner aboard for the Mets. That's their 8th hit of the night already. We're just in the 3rd inning plus. No outs here in the 4th. If you have any dreams of winning this game, Snicker's got to get up off his can and get that bullpen started. They are teeing off on him. He's not hitting his spots. He just doesn't have it tonight. Juan Soto, the batter, first pitch right there at the knees. 91 miles an hour, floats in first strike. It's 0-1. Good to see you, CT. See if we have any other late comers I haven't hit up. Underwater. They flip it over to first real quick. Keep the runner close by. The 0-1 count. Nowhere near the zone. 1-1. Same two teams back at it tomorrow night, 7:15 first pitch. Quantrell versus Clay Holmes. Looks like Tyler McGill is about to come off the IL for the Mets, possibly by next week. As a pitch down and in, misses 2-1. There's talks that Clay Holmes might be relegated to the bullpen. We'll see him tomorrow night, but he has not been sharp second half of the season. Good first half. The 2-1. Runner goes, throw down to second, nowhere near in time. And Lindor steals the base off Baldwin once again. So now in scoring position, the base hit would score Lindor for sure. Infield. Back and to the right. The 3-1 is inside first strike. It's 3-2. Full count. Standing on deck is Marte. Alonso in the hole. The payoff pitch. Swing, chops it down the line. Lindor had third base stolen with ease. He got an enormous lead. And there was no way Nacho was going to be able to get down there in time and make the tag. As Baldwin was coming up on that pitch, but it would have... He probably would have slid, but I don't think he would have had to slide. The 3-2 count. Pitch on the way. Swing, chops it foul once again. That's the last thing you need is for him to steal third with nobody out. Or even one out, because you got to bring the infield in right here in the heart of the order. The payoff. Swing, chops it foul once again. He's just mistiming it. We do have Eric Fetty warming in the bullpen. It might be time to go get him. Marte is on deck. Alonso, Vientos. Those are three right-handed bats right after Soto. The payoff. Swing, rips it into right field, down for a base hit. Acuna comes up firing, but they'll go station to station. Ball just jumped in front of his feet. So Lindor had to hold up. He wasn't sure if it was going to get caught. Runners at second and third. Nobody out. Wentz just does not have it tonight. And for some reason, they're going to let him pitch to Marte. Marte fires it into the outfield, caught by Acuna. That'll be a run, and it's 5-1. That'll be it. Well, riddle me that, Batman. Why did you not bring the right-hander in to face the right-handed Marte? We're not going to go out here and chase wins, are we? We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. Joey Wentz already gone. Mac McGee.
Can I We're on the same team.
The Country Club for Braves Country Radio.
And we need more players. We need you to help us win the battle against hunger and poverty. You can sponsor
Braves Country Radio.
Teamwork is what
The Country Club for Braves Country Radio.
it is all about. And that's why we need you. For just $15 a month,
Don't get greedy. Ask for $2.99.
you can sponsor a child just like
Braves Country Radio.
I've been able to really help,
Braves Country Radio.
and it feels so good. It's so easy. Just reach out now and start sending your love around the world.
The Country Club for Braves Country Radio.
To join our team, we really can bat 1,000.
Mac McGee.
Who's waiting for help? There's room on our team for you.
Welcome back. Pete Alonso is going to lead us off. Runners on first, one out. First pitch on the way from Eric Fetty. Right there, first strike, it's 0-1. Braves trail by 4, 5-1. Still a long way to go in this one. The 0-1 swing pops it up high in the sky. Acuna will make the catch. It really didn't make a lot of sense because they were showing the bullpen. Fetty was warm. By the time they started showing him, by the time that Marte came to the plate, it was a soft toss. He was just staying loose. And if they didn't want Marte facing Joey Wentz, the Mets would have never put him all the way up in the 3 spot. You never see Marte up in the 3 spot anymore. He's normally bottom third of the lineup. First pitch on the way is a swing and a miss to Vientos. It's 0-1. The 0-1 lift high in the center field. It's going to get off the wall. Now Harris misplays the ball. Runner will come around to score because of it, and it's an RBI double for the Mets. Atlanta Braves have done a terrible job this year at not playing smart defense. Everything they're trying to make is a highlight reel. It was very obvious that ball was never going to get to. It was scalded off the wall. Acuna was trying to back it up, and he just didn't have time to get over there. Harris, just like the play that Acuna got burned on, you can't let that ball come off the wall and you not be there. You can't be a foot away and hope you're going to make some incredible hockey save coming off the wall. So a runner at second, 2 outs. Mets now lead 6-1. First pitch on the way, outside wide to Beatty. It's 1 out. At least the good news is we're down 6-1 and not 6-0 like it was last time. This is a 1-0 outside wide, 2-0. All it's going to take is a little bit of a rally here and there, and it's going to creep back into the Mets players' minds. So it's not over. And you got a rookie on the mound, the 2-0, swing and a miss, 2-1. And he's a good pitcher. But the inexperience Not to mention, he's had some long innings where he's sitting on the bench. You got to figure he's going to come out rusty during one of them. 2-1, swing and a miss, 2-2. You could make a hard argument that Joey Wentz should have never came out through the third inning. He didn't have it tonight. He was already up around 50-plus pitches. Pitch on the way, he's fouled back out of play. I'm sorry, 60. He was over 60 pitches going into the fourth inning. 2-2 count. Runner at second, 2 outs. He finished with 79 through 3 1/3. Pitch on the way is smacked over to the left side, backhanded by Nick Allen. He'll fire it over to first, a one-hopper. Beatty will just beat it out. Good defensive attempt by Allen, but I don't think he had enough time. He had to grab it, slide, turn, jump, fire. And Beatty, man, that is close. I think Beatty got him, but it is big. Yeah, he got him. That's a lot closer than it should have been. Good slick play over there by Allen, just didn't have enough time to get him out. If Beatty's a right-handed batter, he's out. That's how close it was. Runners on the corners, 2 outs. Fetty versus Taylor, the first pitch. 93 inside, given a strike, it's 0-1. The 0-1. They'll flip it over to first real quick to keep the runner close by. Oh, 0-1 count, swing. Whoa, slaps it down the right field line. That's going to be a fair ball. The runner fell, but he jumps to his feet, trucking around the bases. He'll head for second. Here comes the throw to the plate. Good throw by Acuna, but not before they make it a 7-1 lead. That was a slip and a double down the line. Trying to figure out what he slipped on. I guess his feet just came out from under him. At first I thought maybe it illegally stepped on the plate, but he hadn't. He just busted tail, jumped up, and look what I found. I found a double down the right field line. So a 6-run game now. Smack back foul, 1-1. Misses. 2-1. Yeah, well, it's you're talking about the Cracker Barrel. Evidently, they lost over $100 million the last couple of days over that stuff. That's why why the CEO ended up on Good Morning America, because they're trying to do damage control. She tried to spin it. Like I said during Braves Country today, she'll be looking for a new job here very shortly. The 2-2, high and outside wide. The shareholders are going to rule the roost and go, what in the world have you done to my product? Payoff pitch. Misses wide and down, ball 4. So the bases are now loaded. She had her, as we used to say way back when, me and my buddies would say, she had her top hat and cane out there dancing, singing a song, talking about, let me tell you how it really was. She just kept digging a hole. First pitch on the way. The hanger, it feels like he's batted 6 times already, and we're in the 4th inning. It's a swing and a miss and a strike, it's 0-1. singled down the left field line for an RBI, scoring Beatty his first time up to go 1. Chops it foul down the line once again. It's 0-2. New York Mets in 3 2/3 innings. They put up 7 runs, but more jarring is the 12 hits. Joey Wentz, if you're just joining us, just did not have it tonight. The 0-2 count, outside wide, 1-2. Yeah, who was the car dealer that screwed up? Was that Jaguar that did the same thing? Is the 1-2? Fouls it away, we'll do it again. Yeah, it was Jaguar over in Europe. They did this big show. I don't know if y'all saw it, but they wanted to rebrand themselves. And oof, that guy got fired within like weeks. The 1-2 chopped on the ground over to Allen, fires over to Ozzie, and that'll end the inning. Well, we've been here before. Early in the ball game, down by 6 against the Mets. Let's grab the sticks and put a scare into them.
If I had created a website with this many problems, I'd kill myself.
Do you have a question?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number 1, how dare you?
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. Ralph Kiner was a Hall of Fame outfielder who led the National League in home runs 7 years in a row. Kiner is actually the second cousin twice removed of shortstop Isaiah Kiner Falefa. Wrigley Field is known for its signature ivy-covered walls in the outfield, but for the first 23 years of the stadium, there was no ivy. The ivy was only added to the field in 1937 in an attempt to, quote, beautify Wrigley. Not only was Rickey Henderson a menace on the base paths, but he was also a fantastic hitter. In fact, Henderson is the all-time leader in leadoff home runs with 81.
I mean, at this point, my screws ain't loose, them is just missing. And please, for the love of all things holy, stop asking me what's wrong with me before 7 a.m. I am bipolar. I don't know yet, but clearly it's a surprise.
Nobody really knows about the surgery except my parents and the ball club. And so I'm in the on-deck circle to lead off the top of the 9th, and everybody's yelling, Johnny, Johnny. And then they said, it's your mother. And I turn around and I look, and she's looking at me, and she's going, hit me a home run. I'm smiling to myself because this is Dave Justy pitching. I mean, you just didn't really hit Dave Justy.
Justy took bench down to his final strike, and then number 5 dug in for the most dramatic moment of his young career.
Well, they're either going to start celebrating again in Pittsburgh very shortly, or all kinds of stuff is going to break loose here in Cincinnati in this ballpark.
Trailing 3-2, bottom of the 9th inning, the only thing I could think about basically was, okay, maybe not this year. And then Johnny comes up.
Go wide. And a bench to bench. James in the air to deep right field. That's the save. He's done.
The place is going crazy.
Johnny Bancho hits almost every home run to left field. Hits one to right. The game is tied.
I don't know that there was ever a louder echo in that stadium.
Welcome back. Braves trail by 6, but we've seen this game before, seen this movie before. First pitch on the way to Ronald Acuna Jr. is inside for a strike. It's 0-1. As if the apple cast isn't bad enough, they go one swing, fouls it down the line, 0-2. They're interviewing Snicker, but they feel the need to show the girl who's interviewing them and Snicker on the side and making the screen where you can barely see the game. The 0-2, down and away, 1-2. Whatever happened to the picture-in-picture where you can put them in the tiny little corner? They literally have them side by side. Apple and ESPN do not understand that fans want to consume the game, not the nonsense. The 1-2 outside wide, 2-2. So the 2-2 count. Kicks and fires, inside ball 3-2. The payoff pitch. Swing! That ball's belted high and deep. Going back on the track. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Ram-a-lam-a ding-dong. A solo shot, and it's been a long time since we've gone vamos, bravos with a home run.
Bravo.
His 15th homer of the year. He's back, baby. He's back.
Bravo. Bravo.
Michael Harris II, the batter. First pitch on the way. Takes one right down the pipe for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. This is 1-1. 1-1 count. Kicks and fires. McLean misses. Ball 2, 2-1. Brings it. Swing. Chops it over to short. Should be an easy play for Lindor. Oh, that is close. Harris almost beat that out. Man, oh man, alive. Lindor, I wouldn't even say he was lollygagging over there. He is a solid throw over there to first, but Harris was trying to start the engines up and get something going. Maybe a quarter step he missed it. They haven't shown the replay because Apple is doing Apple things and peering into the dugout left and right. First pitch on the way to Ozuna is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Right there for a strike. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Outside wide. 1-2. The 1-2's chopped foul. We'll do it again. Braves trail now just 7-2 after the solo shot by Ronald Acuna Jr. Bats are still working their magic. Just got to get some pitching in here tonight. The 1-2 count. Swing rips it up the middle. Diving stop by Lindor. That was an impressive play. Fires it to first. Pounds his chest. 2 down. I wouldn't get too crazy there, Lindor. You got Ozuna, who basically runs like he's got a case of the hemorrhoids down the line. So let's not act like you threw out Jesse Owens going down the line there, but still a good play. First pitch on the way. Out there to Baldwin, was there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Swing, fouls it away. And 2. Five-run game. McLean just misses down and away. 58 pitches here in the fourth. So he's about where he wants to be. Swing, dribbled up the middle. Easy play by Lindor, and that'll end the inning. But the Braves do put one on the board, so they cut into the lead. Now we got to keep them where they're at. Hold serve this time. We'll be back in a flash here in Braves country.
Oh, dude, did I tell you I started therapy?
Oh, really?
Yeah. Or like an anger management thing. Court ordered, but...
Out of all races, what would you say is your least favorite race?
Listen, as a true Southern white male, my parents believe this. My grandparents definitely believe this. The worst race has to be the 43rd annual Daytona 500, February 18th, 2001. The day NASCAR died, the race that took Dale Earnhardt from us.
I'm absolutely disgusted with myself. After my dinner, I systematically devoured a cheesecake over the past 24 hours. On paper, I only had one slice. So what went wrong? Every time I have gone into the kitchen for the past 24 hours, without exception, I have continued my slice of cheesecake. I go into the fridge and cut a little sliver off with the knife, and I eat it on the knife because I think it doesn't count. There are now 9 knives in the dishwasher that I have used to commit this act.
Bench's opposite field blast fulfilled his mother's wish and tied the game for Cincinnati.
Everybody jamming, everybody. It's deafening in here.
And 5 batters later, the winning run would come home in more unlikely fashion.
And the 1-1 pitch to McRae. In the dirt, it's a wild pitch. Here comes Foster. The Reds win the pennant.
It was stunning. It was stunning.
All of a sudden, he crosses the plate and said, we're going home. And it was so abrupt and so final. We're going home.
So the Reds win it 4-3. Riverfront Stadium has gone absolutely berserk.
I think to this day, you can almost still hear the echoes in that stadium.
The come-from-behind victory against the Pirates would prove to be the high point for the Reds' 72 season, as they'd fall to the Oakland A's in 7 games in the World Series.
Oakland has won the 1972 World Series.
Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back, Atlanta Braves. Trail this one 7-2 after getting the run back with the home run by Ron Acuna Jr. First pitch on the way. Hell, I can't see it. Apple keeps making the view smaller and smaller. There it goes. The 1-0 fouls it straight back 1-1. They had some cut into some game about a home run being hit by a Giant player, and the Braves-Mets game was about the size of a postage stamp in the corner. 1-1 count. Swing and a miss, 1-2. People think they hate ESPN. Wait till they find out that MLB is going to give Apple the Sunday night game of the week, or Peacock. It'll be one of them. It's the new agreement that ESPN and the MLB are working on, as the 1-2 pitch is swung on and chopped out towards center field. It's a leadoff single for the Mets, and here they go again. The stipulation was that they're going to get 1 game a week, but it will not be Sunday night. I don't know if it'll be an exclusive game. If it is, that's going to tip off a lot of people. But they are going back to 1 game a week. As runner goes, here comes the throw down to second. The ball is off the glove of Allen, and Lindor is a one-man wrecking crew. He is absolutely owning the Braves pitching staff tonight. Stolen base, he'll head down to third, nobody out. He's 2 for 3. First pitch on the way off of that one that missed to Soto is outside wide. It's 2-0. The 2-0. Nowhere near the zone 3-0. So Fetty about to walk Soto, or possibly worse. The 3-0 right down the pipe, 3-1. Soto was heading down to first. I don't know what he was thinking. That ball was all the way in the strike zone. That's a guy who did not want to swing the bat. kind of showed him up. If Ben May had any coconuts, he would have already tossed Soto off of this exchange. The 3-1, nowhere near the zone, ball 4. Now he stares at it. Dude, I'm telling you right now, if I'm Ben May, you gone, boy. You gone, baby boy. You're going to go take a shower and you go think about it. He stared him down as he walked to first base, talking about the umpire. You get a long way with a lot of things, but that's not one of them. Nowadays, it's a little more lenient. You still can't argue balls and strikes, and you can't show up the umpire. I guess May is scared of what MLB might do to him, picking on their baby boy. We're going to flip it over to first real quick. Keep the runner close by. For the pitch off of that is dribbled over towards the pitcher's mound. Fetty has it. He'll flip it to first for 1 out. Lindor stays at third. As a comebacker, and Fetty was able to keep the runner close enough by. So in your scorecard, it's 3-1. Soto makes it down to second base, and Alonso now the batter. And you would think he would walk Alonso here. First pitch on the way, swing, fouls it away, it's 0-1. As slow as Alonso is, and he's coming in, 25 home runs on the year? I don't know why you don't walk him here to set up the double play. The 0-1, inside, 1 away. One count. Well, money rules the roost, and he's got the money. The 1-1 pops it up. High in the sky, very shallow center field. Harris makes the catch, fires it into the infield towards home, a one-hopper. And Lindor will stay put. He had no chance to advance on that. That was, you can call it shallow center field, but it's really deep second base where that ball is hit. So he comes out unscathed on that end. Now he's got Vientos coming to the plate, who's 1 for 3. Everybody in the Mets lineup tonight, by the way, has a base hit. They have collected 13 base hits. Righty-righty matchup, trying to keep it where it's at. First pitch swinging, lifts it into center field. Harris should get it. He does, and that'll end the inning. So the Mets kind of spit the bit there. They should have had at least a run. It's a 5-run game. Ozzie and Nacho lead us off when we return.
So you're telling me there's people out there who don't catastrophize the future and overthink the past and create scenarios in their head to hurt their own feelings? Like, what?
I love family photo holiday cards. You get to learn stuff from the cards, like their son plays a trumpet, so that's good to know. And you get to wonder how they got their dog to laugh that naturally in the photo. And you get to see pictures of people lying in front of a fireplace in their pajamas and think to yourself, I remember when I met them twice. And you get to question how long you have to keep the cards before you can throw them out. And you get to see a family photo where they're just like, this is us just hanging out in front of a meadow in our matching white linens. Aren't we just the best, LOL?
Oakland has won the 1972 World Series.
But for Bench, the loss was quickly overshadowed by what he was facing next. 6 weeks after the season's last out, he finally went into the hospital for the surgery on his lung.
4 days after I turned 25, I'm having the surgery. And I don't know if I'm ever going to play again.
By now, the procedure was public knowledge, and everybody waited anxiously for the results.
Cincinnati watched with interest the personal side of Johnny Bench. He was hospitalized when a spot was found on his right lung.
I mean, it was frightening. Is Johnny going to die?
The operation lasted 2 hours, with the doctors removing a marble-sized lesion from the lung.
You know, they cut the bone, they cut the rib, they cut the tissue, they cut the nerves.
The test results came back with good news. The lesion was harmless.
The spot was found to be benign, but there was a tremendous outpouring of well wishes from Bench fans all across the country.
Airtight seal with the staples, they're still there, and stapled me back up across the chest, but I never was Johnny Bench again, but at least I got to play. And I'll always thank Doc for giving me that opportunity.
Your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back. First pitch swinging by Ozzie Albies, dribbles it to short, 6-3, 1 down. Ozzie's given away 2 at-bats in this game. 2 pitches, 2 outs. Thought he was coming out of his funk, but he just seems like he's just, I don't know. Some of these at-bats. Someone's got to get him, and obviously it's not Tim Hyer, but somebody's got to get him to quit trying to ambush. First pitch on the way up top to Nacho Alvarez. Misses high, called for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Outside wide, 1-1. 1-1 count. Kicks and fires right below the knees. 1-2. Braves trail 7-2. The 1-2. Just misses inside. 2-2. Two count from McLean. Inside almost gets him. Ball 3-3-2. He's got a net. So he calls it a sweeper, but it really looks like an old school tight 10-4. And he comes snapping in off your belt. As the 3-2 swing, that ball's hammered down the left field line, but diving stop by the third baseman. Vientos jumps to his feet, fires it to first. 2 down. Good defensive play by Vientos. Ball was scalded. Remember, that's exactly where he hit it last time. He was a little closer to the line last time, so he was able to get extra bases. McLean gave the Nick high five with his glove. First pitch on the way to Nick Allen. Misses high and out of the zone. Swing and a miss. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Swing, pops it up. Back foul and out of play. It's 0-2. Standing on deck is Profar. There are 2 outs. The 0-2 count. Time is being called. Are they calling that a strike? Oh, man. I think they're saying that Allen didn't engage. They're calling it a strikeout. Snicker's actually going to come out here and, well, I don't know if he's going to argue, but he's trying to prevent Nick Allen from getting kicked out. And what gets me is Ben May's giving him the what for. Where was that when Juan Soto was staring you down, son? We'll be back in a flash when we return.
Tell me to shut up because I have to concentrate what the hell I'm doing.
I can't hear you.
Well, bull.
You have to talk loud.
Why did I move to Los Angeles? That's an excellent question, darling, and I'm going to hit you with the cold hard truth. The fact of the matter is, I simply couldn't cut it in Ohio. Yes, that's right, darling. Everyone knows that thousands upon thousands flock every year to Ohio to pursue their dreams of becoming a big star. And unfortunately, I just couldn't cut the mustard. Yes, I could have purchased a 5-bedroom home on acres of land for $1.75, but no, I would prefer to spend an obscene amount of money on an apartment with popcorn ceilings. That's what I really love, darling, and I also really love sitting in traffic for hours at a time just to go 1.5 miles. That's the dream. I've had to let Ohio go. But if one day Ohio called, I'm not going to lie, darling, I'd be on the next flight out. They do have flights to Ohio, right? I'm pretty sure they do. Electricity? Sure, why not? Ohio, all the way.
Mattingly's talent and his tireless work ethic continued to lift his stock. And in the spring of 1982, he was invited to his first big league training camp. He was 20 years old.
Going to camp, I remember, I knew I wasn't making that team. I hadn't even played in AAA yet. But at the end of that year, I got called up. New York just kind of scared me. You know, coming from here, pulling into the stadium and living in that area, it was a big city. And so that part I was never, really comfortable with. But I always felt like the field I was comfortable with.
Go outside, nerd. Get out. Go. I ain't got time to be distracted by your worthless chime-ins. Go on.
Top of the 6th inning we go. Braves trail by 5. Need to keep them right here if we want to come back. 7 runs, 13 hits by New York. 2, 3, and 1 by Atlanta. First pitch on the way is a pitch off the plate to Beatty. It's 1 out. Fetty is basically being held onto the team for long relief out of the bullpen nowadays. The 1-0 outside wide 2-0. Dunning had options so they could send him down to AAA. Fetty, they would have to DFA. 2-0. Inside. They said he went around 2-1. We'll take it. Marlins are losing their game against Toronto 5-1, so that's good news. We'll hit the out-of-town scoreboard here in a second. The 2-1. Swing, bangs it foul down the first base line, 2-2. They're in Philadelphia, and the Phillies lead the Nationals 4-3 in the 8th. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Pirates 8, Rockies nothing in the 7th. 5-1 Blue Jays in South Beach over the Marlins. They're in the 7th. There's the 2-2 outside wide. Full count. Yankees and Red Sox, nothing in the 7th inning. They're into the bullpens in that one. The payoff pitch, swing, chops it over to first. Olsen has it, 1 down. Detroit, Michigan tonight, the Royals battling the Tigers. It's 3-3 heading to the 7th inning. They're in the 6th in Houston, Texas. In Baltimore, Maryland. Houston leads Baltimore 7-3. Tampa Bay 7, St. Louis 1 in the 5th. First pitch swinging by Tyrone Taylor, swung on and rifled back foul. It's 0-1. White Sox and Twins. Minnesota leads Chicago 4-2 in the Windy City in the 5th. In the 4th inning in Texas, Rangers trail Cleveland 1-0. The 0-1 banged into left field, threw for a base hit, and it's a 1-out single. Once again, Mets have traffic on the bases. Giants 2, Brewers nothing. 3rd inning, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Anaheim, the LA Angels, and the Cubs are about to begin. Reds are out in Arizona to take on the Diamondbacks later on. Littell versus Nelson. Dodgers are at the Padres. 9:40 first pitch. Snell versus Darvish. They're going to flip it over to first real quick to keep the runner close by. A's and Mariners. 10-10 tonight. Morales versus Woo. Woo! First pitch on the way to Mullins is chopped off his instep. It's 0-1. If there's a God in the heavens, the Braves have to make a trade for Brian Wu one day. You got to get that emoji going. Woo! every time you strike somebody out. First pitch off of that is a bouncer down the right field line, foul. Hard hit ball, it's 0-2. They are definitely knocking the tar out of the ball, but Fetty's been able to dance through a lot of danger. He did give up the 1 run, but that was during that rally. He inherited all those runners from Wentz. The 0-2. Down and away, 1-2. Good to see you, Prosser. Welcome in, Moo Moo. So 1-2 count. Inside. 2-2. Yeah, I hesitate to change any of the viewings because every time we have it, it's locked up. And it's only happened in Atlanta like this. I think there's something that they're supposed to do maintenance-wise, and they're just not doing it. The 2-2 count, because we finally figured it out a few months ago, how they were doing it. You can see these lenses all over the field, and that's what's picking up the 3D motion. Huge lead off of first. The 2-2 is banged into right field, in for a base hit. Acuna fires it into the infield, and they've got runners on the corners and 1 out. They continue to smack Fetty around. Runners on the corners, 1 out. Fetty back to work. Sanger chops one over to third. A 5, 4, 3. Double play! Nacho to Ozzie to Olsen, baby. We'll be back in a flash. Braves will grab the bats, see if they can put some fear into the Metropolitans.
You're living in the past, man. You hung up on some clown from the 60s, man.
Hey.
Hey.
What's your name?
Joe. John.
What is it?
Joe John.
Name's Joe John?
Johnston, Joe.
You want to tell me what happened here?
There's a fire. I don't know. I came by and was checking out the fire.
Well, that lady, she said that you two were in the building when the fire started.
Yeah, she's a liar, because I don't know her. So whatever she says is a lie, so.
Okay, so you're saying you weren't in the building with that woman?
No, not I. All right, she started it, all right? Because she was like, I hate my job. I'm going to burn this mother down. And I said, you better not. You better not.
She said it was an electrical fire.
It was. It was a total electrical fire.
At first base is young Don Mattingly.
When you have a new kid, you try to tell him everything that you need to tell him to be aware of. And one thing that I forgot to tell him was, I know you're a good fielder, but so am I. Guy bunts, and I ran over down to the first base line, getting ready to field it when I hear this, I got it. So I got to jump it out of the way.
What a play by Mattingly. I thought Goodry was the only one who had a chance, Bill, on that.
And I went over to him and I told him, I said, the next time you call me off a bunt, I'm going to say your butt's going to be back on that plane as fast as you got here. So the very next inning, the leadoff guy gets on, and I know he's going to bunt. So when I stepped on the mound, I heard this little whistle. When I turned around, he was by first base, and he was, where you want me? I said, you stay right there. I gained so much respect for him because he was playing behind me. He wasn't playing by himself. And that showed me a lot about his character.
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Good double play turn by the infield. Get out of that jam. Braves trailed by 5. Crazy thing is, they should be down by a ton right now. They've been out hit by the Mets 15-3 and still have a whisper of getting back into this game. 7-2 your score, bottom of the 6th. First pitch on the way is right there for a strike to Jurickson Profar. The 0-1 follows up inside off the plate, called for a strike. It's 0-2. Nolan McLean, 70 pitches. The 0-2. In the dirt, 1-2. One-two count. Swing, chops it foul. Back behind home plate, we'll do it again. The 1-2 from McLean, chops it in front of the plate. They're going to have to hurry. McLean fires it down to first, just gets him in time. One away. One up, one down, and Matt Olson comes to the plate looking for his first base hit. First pitch swing and a miss. It's 0-1. The only base hits tonight have been one by Profar, a home run by Acuna, and a double by Nacho. The 0-1 inside, taking for a strike. It's 0-2. I don't think Olson's picking up his delivery. He looks befuddled. This is now the third at bat. His first at bat where he struck out, that sweeper almost hit him in the belt that he swung at. The 0-2 outside wide, 1-2. He's got that look on his face like he's not picking it up well coming out of his glove. The 1-2 fouls it away. We'll do it again. Of course, none of the Braves batters have seen. We talked about this in the pregame. None of the Braves batters have ever seen Nolan McLean pitch before, him being a rookie, just a second start in the majors. And the Braves tend to struggle with players like that as the 1-2 down and away, 2-2. And all in all, the offense hasn't been that bad considering all those factors. McLean shut out his previous opponent, the 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. But the Braves pitching has been absolutely putrid. Wentz, 3 1/3 innings, 6 earned, 9 hits, 2 walks, 3 strikeouts. Fetty, 2 2/3, 6 hits, 2 walks, but he's only given up the 1 run. He's found a way to get out of a couple of big jams. Ronald Acuna Jr. comes back to the plate. He had a home run his last time up. 5 more of those, and we're back in it. First pitch on the way, bangs off the glove of Sanger. It's 1-0. Righty, the 1-0. Swing, rifles it foul. 1-1. 1-1 count. Swing and a miss, 97 miles an hour. Bringing it. It's 1-2. Nolan McLean sitting at 5 strikeouts on the night, 82 pitches. So he may come back out there for the 7th. Depends on how the Mets want to do this. The 1-2. Strike 3. Blew it right by him. 97 up top. He gets revenge off that home run. We head to the 7th. Leading nada. Trailing by 5. What the hell am I talking about? We'll be back in a flash.
Well, I woke up to go get me a cold pop, and then I thought somebody was barbecuing. I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire. Then I ran out. I didn't grab no shoes or nothing, Jesus. I ran for my life. And then the smoke got me. I got bronchitis. Ain't nobody got time for that.
If dating is the game, then marriage is winning the game.
Yeah, if you're playing in the women's league.
We used to poor, wee little kids, or Mom a lot of times wouldn't have nothing to cook for supper, and she'd set us all down at the table and read the recipe to us. We had a little brother that was hard of hearing, and he almost starved to death.
She'd line us all up, feed us breakfast, feed us cereal, and make us eat it with a fork so we could pass the milk down to the next one.
I'm at work. What do you want? I need you. Okay, what do you need? Missed call. I said I'm at work. Missed call. I can't call right now. Missed call. Missed call. Missed call. Missed call. Pick up the phone. Text me what you need. Answer! Do you know where the peanut butter is? That's all you wanted to ask me?
Armchair. People in Pittsburgh actually eat pizza where the crust is cooked and the toppings are put on cold. So to answer your question, yes, Pittsburgh is as bad as it sounds. But let me ask y'all a question. What in the lungeable snack time pizza is going on here? Because if this is true, then I'm just never going to Pittsburgh.
First thing about it, and this seems so obvious that maybe we overlook it, baseball is a beautiful thing. It's more beautiful in an old park that's asymmetrical and quirky. But even in a dome with artificial turf, it's beautiful. The way the field fans out, the choreography of the sport, the pace and rhythm of it, the fact that that pace and rhythm allows for conversation and reflection and opinion and comparison.
Welcome back, Braves country. Francisco Lindor comes to the plate. I think it's just going to be easier to hit this guy. Maybe hit him in the leg, slow him down on the base pass. First pitch on the way, swing and a miss. It's 0-1. It's already on the day 2 stolen bases for Lindor, 2 for 3, a run scored. He's walked, he's singled twice, and he struck out his first time up. If you remember me telling you when he went in the dugout his first time up, he whispered something into Marte's ear. Is the 1-1, misses. And ever since then, he's been tearing up. Now, granted, his last time up was against Fetty, but whatever it was he saw, he had figured it out. Wentz. And he passed it along, and the Mets just tattooed him. 2-1 swing and a miss. It's 2-2. 2-2 count. Pitch on the way. Swing, rips it into right field, through for a base hit. Acuna does some weird slide for whatever reason. Comes up, fires the ball in the infield, and it's going to be a double. It's either going to be a double. If you're doing it honestly, it's a single and an error. Acuna coming over to cut off the ball. Maybe he slipped. Maybe that's what happened. It looked like he was doing a slide. It was a slide. I don't know why he went for the slide. It wasn't going to help him anyways. It looks like he's going more for style points tonight than he is actually normally playing really good defense out there. Maybe because he knew it was on Apple TV. I don't know. See if they did give him an error. They should have, but I don't think they would. Nah, they didn't. First pitch on the way to Soto is up top, misses for a ball. It's 1-0. He gets over there and cuts it off. Lindor's going to stay at first. But because he did the slide and kicked the ball away, he ends up. So what should be a single and error is being recorded as a double. The 1-1 to Soto after the swing and the miss. Time is called by home plate umpire Ben May. Not sure what that is. Maybe some kind of distraction, something getting thrown onto the field. They usually don't show these types of things. Mets now with 16 hits. Runner at second, nobody out. The pitch outside off the plate, 2-1. Juan Soto, 1 for 2, but he's walked twice. Lined out to center his first time up. He does have an RBI. and a run scored. The 2-1 pitch, called for a strike, 2-2. Two count. Swing, slices it foul. Do it again. Marlins are trying to come back on the Blue Jays. It's 5-2 in the 8th. Solo shot has brought it to a 3-run game down there in South Beach. Pitch on the way, swing blasted. If it's fair, it's gone. It's deep into the corner, and it did go. It looks like it banged off the foul pole, and it's 9-2 New York. 2-run home run, and the dancing out of the danger has ended for Fetty as he finally coughs up a home run. You can't expect Fetty, who has sprinkled now 7 hits across 2 2/3 innings, to keep him off the board forever. If they were serious about getting back in the game, Snicker would have had somebody up, but I think he's out there to take one for the team. Pitch up top right there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 slaps it foul. It's 0-2. Which is strange. SS Dub's asking why Fetty is still in the game. That's why he's trying to save pitching for whatever reason. The 0-2 chop back in front of the mound. 1-3 put out, 1 away. We had the day off yesterday, so a healthy bullpen. Rested bullpen, I should say. You're getting Chris Sale back next week. So you're actually going to buy into another long week for your starters, meaning that they're going to get an extra day of rest after getting an extra day of rest because they added Quantrell to the rotation, who will start tomorrow. So it's really not a case of that. It's really just a case of he digs in and decides that he doesn't want to chase a win down, and that's what he does. And there's not a lot can be done about it as long as he's at the helm. 1-1 count. Alonso, the batter, chops it foul, 1-2. Because if you were coming at the end of a long trip, I could understand it. You're like, man, we're just out of arms. This is the first day out of a day off. And the bullpen's pretty well rested going into the day off, to be honest. The 1-2. But he has always been a very conservative, cautious manager of his bullpen. Because what he's going to tell you is that we got a long way till our day off. But he's not looking at the fact that this is the first day. He's looking at the fact that they don't get another day off as the pitch to Alonso is popped up in the air into center field. Harris underneath it, 2 away. They have 3 this weekend, and then all next week there are no days off. And then you have to look at the next time they have a built-in day off would be Thursday, September 4th. So 2 weeks without a day off. But you don't go into it already assuming you're tired. You wait and see how it plays out. Because you don't know if you're going to get 1 to 2 of these games down the stretch over the next couple of weeks in your favor where you can put someone out there to eat innings. You go 1 in the dirt, 1 in the dirt. You know what the real reason is? Luke Williams went on the IL with an oblique injury. And that was our best arm in the bullpen. The 1-1, swing and a miss, 1-2. One-two count. Looks like McLean's going to go back out there for another inning. No one's in the bullpen. Strike 3 on a swinging slider, and that'll end the inning. We're going to head to the 7th inning stretch. Get up and stretch, Braves country. We got a long way to go and a short time to get here. Eastbound and down on a Friday night.
All right. I can't see you. Let me hear you. All one, a two, a three. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the night. Find me something up Cracker Jack.
Welcome back. First pitch from McLean to start the inning. Bottom of the 7th we go. Michael Harris is second, the batter. First pitch is for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 chopped over towards first. Alonso's over there. It's always an adventure. He will grab the bag before Harris gets over there. 1 away. Braves trail 9-2. Same two teams back at it tomorrow night, 7:15 first pitch. The second game of our doubleheader here on Braves Country Radio. We're going to bring you Red Sox, Yankees tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Looking forward to that matchup. Garrett Crochet will be on the bump for the Red Sox. First pitch on the way is a inside sweeper that misses to Ozuna. It's 1-0. Ozuna 0 for 2 with 2 ground outs. The 1-0. Up top for a strike, 1-1. 2 runs, 3 hits, 1 error for the Braves. 9 runs, 17 hits. As the 1-1 swing and a miss to Ozuna, 1-2. 9 runs, 17 hits, no errors for the Metropolitans. Speaking of that game, the Boston Red Sox lead in the Bronx tonight 1-0. As the 1-2, caught looking strike 3, punched out at the top of the zone. And Ozuna drops his bat in disgust. That was a strike. I'm sorry. He's gotten in a bad habit of that this year. I don't know what's going on, but on the outer part of the plate, he's catching strike 3. And I'm not exaggerating when I say 75 to 80% of those pitches have been all the way in the zone. There's only been a few where he's gotten screwed on the call. First pitch on the way to Baldwin is scalded into right field. It's down for a base hit, and it ain't much, but we ain't been able to celebrate much tonight. So let's give some love for the Drake.
You don't like the Drake?
I love the Drake.
How could you not like the Drake?
Who's the Drake?
The Drake is good.
They're in the 8th inning in the Bronx, and the Red Sox lead the Yankees 1-0. We'll keep you posted on that one, as they are fighting for their playoff lives up there. Yankees and Red Sox, if you haven't been paying attention to it, they're 1-2 in the wild card rankings in the American League. 1-0 misses outside, ball 2-2-0. Toronto leads the division fairly comfortably right now. Two-0 count. Swing, chops it foul, 2-1. The 2-1. Swing, lifts it down the line, deep into right field, drifting back, making the running catch is Soto, and that'll end the inning. So we head to the 8th inning, and you know what that means in Braves country. It's time to pop a top. It's happy hour here in Atlanta.
106 miles from Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
It's happy hour.
When wins become losses
and losses become wins.
You guys going to happy hour? Yeah? Yeah, I'll come for a couple. Just a couple, though. Not like last time.
When buying a beer, don't make this mistake. Buying only one beer can cause a misalignment in your spine due to the uneven weight distribution. This can cause unnecessary back pain and potential spine issues. To prevent this, carry 2 beers, ensuring your body is balanced and proper health maintained.
Okay.
Afternoon, everybody.
Put my pants on, one leg at a time.
Guess what? I got a fever, and the only prescription is more.
Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt our program of dance music to bring you a special bulletin from the Intercontinental Radio News.
You're in Braves country. Salute.
They're making it laws where you can't drink when you want to. Pretty soon we're going to be communist country.
Oh, yeah. For me and the Lord, you gotta understand it. We're on a mission from God.
If you want to stop me, you're going to have to kill me!
Welcome back. First pitch on the way from Fetty, because why not? Swung on, swatted back, it's 0-1. People are leaving. There's a slight drizzle. Maybe we'll get lucky and they'll just call this game. The 0-1 fouls it straight back, it's 0-2. It's pretty strong drizzle. First I saw everyone leaving. I thought they were leaving because we're going to the 8th and Fetty was back there out on the mound. I thought the fans were like, that's it, I've had enough. But it's because of the rain coming down. The 0-2. Right there on the outer edge. 1-2. It's coming down pretty bad. I'm just waiting for Snicker to walk out there and wave the white flag. Says, I'm not chasing a wind through the rain. The 1-2. Did he go around? You're going to say he didn't. Come on, man. It's raining It's a 7-run game in the 8th. Call him out. What are you doing over there, Stuart Fairchild? The 2-2. That pitch was in the zone. What are they doing? Need some windshield wipers on their masks. In fact, home plate umpire Ben May just shook the rain off his mask. Ben May not. The payoff pitch, swung on, chopped up the middle, backhanded through. No, it's going to get through the infield. And it's a leadoff single for the Mets. It's coming down pretty hard. I wonder if it being broadcasted by Apple has any reason why they're not going to a rain delay right now. Because I've seen less in the Braves call a rain delay. First pitch on the way is at the knees for a strike to Taylor. It's 0-1. I don't think Fetty's thought about the fact if he just gets himself kicked out, they can't keep him in the ball game. Misses 1-1. One count. Swing, pops it up. Can of corn into right. Whoa! Acuna looked like he might have lost it. I'm telling you, that rain's coming down, hitting him in the face. Someone going to complain about that? In fact, Acuna's shaking his head. Basically, you can read his mind as he's talking to Harris, saying, "Hey, man, I couldn't see the damn ball." I mean, come on. What are we doing? Both teams, like, neither one of them needs to get injured. It is pouring. Pitch on the way, slap down the line. Do not run for it, Profar. Just come and get it at your own free will. Throws it back into the infield. One hopper. Last thing we need is one of these guys to slip and bust their heads wide open, because these umpires are too stupid to know that it's time to call this game into a rain delay. I mean, it has come either that. It's either coming down extremely hard or Apple's really going out of their way with the effects, because it looks like it is pouring. Pitch on the way is down and in as rain continues to fill up the infield. It's 1-0. It's kind of cool. You can see how it's getting wet around the infield on your 3D. I've never noticed that before. The 1-0. Slaps it towards center field. Harris cuts it off. He'll toss it back into the infield, and it's 11-2 Mets. I mean, what are we doing? Call the game. There's no sense of putting these guys out here and letting them slip and slide. Even the Mets managers kind of looking at them and going, "What's going on here, man? What are we doing? What are they gaining out of keeping this game open?" That's what I can't figure. Is it all about concessions? So I'd say most of these fans are heading for the exits. First pitch is inside to Lindor. It's 1-0. If you're at this game, it's 11-2, pouring rain in the 8th inning. You're heading to the car. 1-0 misses high, 2-0. And now Fetty's over there. And now Snicker, he's motioning. I don't know what he's doing, but he looked like he was motioning. He ought to be motioning. Let's call it. The 2-0, swing and a miss, 2-1. The mound and all of the. So what you're seeing on his 3D is not quite what it looks like on the field. All of the infield dirt is now dark with rain. The 2-1. Outside wide, 3-1. I mean, when Acuna went to go get that fly ball, the rain was hard enough where he almost lost it. The 3-1, swing, pops it back foul, 3-2. The ball boy who's in charge of bringing the balls to the umpire, he should start soaking them in some ice water when he hands it to him. Just have him dripping wet when he hands them. We talked about that guy from the Boston Braves that went up to the on-deck circle in Ebbets Field with galoshes and a raincoat on, got kicked out of the game. I think that was Wednesday night we were talking about that. The 3-2 swing, lifts it high into center field, going back on the track, making the catch at the wall is Harris for out number 2. The wind may not have knocked that ball down, but the rain probably did. And even Harris, you never see Harris get frazzled by anything. Even he's looking up at all the rain coming down. You can tell that he had a hard time navigating through that. This is absurd. What you do if you're the Braves, and man, the wind is whipping. I mean, it is some bad, and they're finally going to pull him off the field. Will it? I believe. Oh, is it a pitching change? Fetty went into the dugout. They were showing the rain. I believe it's a rain delay, but let me double check that. They didn't do a very good job of showing it on the Apple screen. They were showing the rain, then they showed Fetty walk into the dugout, and I'm trying to figure out, is it a pitching change? Because I don't have the same information that I normally have. It is a pitch. They're doing a pitching change in the middle of this. Dylan Dodd. All right, we'll take a quick break and come back. This is insanity. On this date in 1886, Louisville's Chicken Wolf hits a Gabner Powell from fielding the ball. The canine, who had been sleeping on the fence, refuses to let go of the pant leg of the Cincinnati Reds center fielder and watches in dismay as the Colonel batter races around the bases in the team's 5-4 loss at Eclipse Park. On this date, 1917, in a 22-inning contest against the Dodgers, Pirates outfielder Carson Bigby sets a major league record with 11 at-bats. The game was also the 4th straight extra inning game played by the Pittsburgh Pirates, a total of 59 innings, which also sets a National League record. Thankfully, the first radio broadcast of Major League Baseball was not until 4 years later, also in Pittsburgh, meaning no one had to endure that chain of marathons. And on this date in 1989, on a 96-mile-an-hour fastball, Athletics' Ricky Henderson swings and misses, making Nolan Ryan the first and only Major League pitcher to strike out 5,000 batters. The Ryan Express strikes out 13, giving up only 5 hits, but loses the game to Oakland 2-0. And that's your Braves Country Radio on this date in baseball history. Barely see. I mean, the rain is coming down. I cannot believe these doofuses. Bill Miller, I believe, is the crew chief nowadays. Bill Miller, Stu Fairchild, Roberto Ortiz, Ben May, none of them have called for the game to be stopped. They're all fighting raindrops. They can't see the ball. They can't. I mean, if Dylan Dodd gets hurt as the ball gets away, if Dylan Dodd gets hurt, or if he slips and beams Juan Soto and he misses an extended period of time, they're never going to hear the end of this. It is unbelievable. It's been a long time since I've seen a Major League game not get called with this much rain for this long. It is still coming down. The 1-2, swing, dribbles it through the middle, base hit, RBI single. Mets lead at 12-2. Don't go anywhere. Don't stop the game. We're locked up in a tight one here. You know what happened when they got the phone call down in the bullpen? Dylan Dodd said, "Oh man, I gotta go out there." Where's De Los Santos or Montero when you need him? First pitch on the way to Marte is swung on and slapped back foul to him. The 1-1, swing and a miss, 1-2. One-two in the dirt, 2-2. Two count. Swing, rips it foul down the line. Do it again. Braves trail by a touchdown and a field goal. It's 12-2 here in the 8th in a driving rainstorm. 2-2 down and in. Full count. Payoff pitch in the dirt. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. That'll end the inning. But not before about 6 inches of rain and 3 more runs come across. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Hey, my homie just asked me why do we pronounce the G in longevity twice, and I can't stop thinking about it.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. In 1890, second baseman Lou Bierbauer jumped ship from the Philadelphia Athletics to the Pittsburgh Alleghenies. The Athletics were upset by this and called the move piratical. The Alleghenies picked up the nickname Pirates and eventually became the Pittsburgh Pirates. Lefty Grove, who is regarded as one of the greatest pitchers of all time. He was inducted into the Hall of Fame in 1947, but then received 6 Hall of Fame votes 13 years later. This is because those 6 votes were meant for a player named Lefty Gomez. In 2019, NFL quarterback Tom Brady applied to trademark the phrase Tom Terrific, but his application was denied. The U.S. Patent and Trademark Office believed that the nickname points uniquely and unmistakably to Tom Seaver, Hall of Fame pitcher who is regarded as one of the greatest of all time.
Do the players ever talk in the clubhouse at what age they think that a ball player peaks?
Well, I think around 26, 7, 8, 9 even. Those years are when you really fully matured and you really got everything going for you.
Johnny Bench was still just 25 when he came to spring training in 1973 after the successful surgery on his lung. Looking forward to entering what he saw as the prime of his career. His team, meanwhile, also looked to be as strong, if not stronger, than ever.
I was rookie year in 63. Perez got there in 65. Davey got there in 69. Johnny got there in 68. So slowly but surely, the Big Red Machine was developing.
We were so good in 70, we became the Big Red Machine. But then Joe comes over in the trade after 71, and all of a sudden the Big Red Machine was in full force.
That was a team with a lot of alpha dogs. You had Pete, you have Tony Perez, you had Johnny. Joe Morgan gets traded there in 72. I give most of the credit to Sparky Anderson. He knew who the leaders of the team were.
Braves trail 12-2. Peter was asking me about the offseason. One of the plans that we're planning on doing is we're going to bring you games from the past, play-by-play. We're going to do it about once a week. It's probably going to be on a Wednesday night, could be Tuesday, but it's going to be one of those nights. It's going to be a night where it doesn't interfere with football or anything like that. people are looking for something to consume, and there's a few ways we're going to do it, and we'll get more into it as the off season unfolds. We're going to experiment with a couple of things to see if we might be able to bring it into the regular season. But the game plan is to do that almost every week. Obviously, during the holidays, we're not going to try to bring people in, but I'm going out of town, I believe out to Vegas right after the season ends. There's a convention that we're having to go to, but anyways, shortly after that is when all that's going to start. And you're going to have to be a country club member to do it, because you'll understand why. But it's going to be country club members only to be able to get into it, because we're going to experiment with some things to see what we can do and not do as far as being able to bring you the ball games. I think I've got it figured out, but it won't be able to be seen by the public because it'll get struck by YouTube. First pitch on the way is a four-seamer inside of Nacho Alvarez. It's 0-1. The rain slowed down a little bit, but is a 1-0 below the knees, 2-0. There's nobody left in the stands, nothing but photographers and mental patients. Garrett is the pitcher, Alvarez the batter. The 2-0, swing and a miss, 2-1. The umpires would have raised their hands in that eighth inning. I guarantee both teams like, all right, we'll see you tomorrow. I mean, they feel like, forget it. The 2-1, that ball's going to get hit down the left field line, down for a base hit. Nacho digging for second, and it's a stand-up double for Nacho. So good piece of hitting. Good night at the plate for Nacho Alvarez.
Whoa, hey, check it out. What? That guy.
Get me some nachos.
It is a sign. A sign that needs nachos to help me score.
You just worry about one of your guys hitting a double like that and gunning it for second, and his feet come out from under him and he blows out a knee or a hamstring or something because of all the rain, because the ground is still wet as can be. Vidal Brujan is going to come on to hit for Nick Allen, I believe. First pitch swinging, fouls it straight back. It's 0-1. Brujan now the backup infielder with Luke Williams on the IL with the phantom IL stint. As the 0-1 chops into the dugout, it's 0-2. 0-2 count. Kicks and fires outside wide, 1-2. Bristol was a little worse in this carry because in Bristol you had they were playing on top of concrete, so there were puddles forming very quickly. But even nonetheless, is the 1-2 high and out of the zone, 2-2. I understood the whole thing with Bristol because it was a destination, one game at that site, and they were trying to get the game in. It was bad timing, but this one doesn't make any sense. Is it 2-2 in the dirt? 3-2. It doesn't make sense to have these guys out there in harm's way when it's a 10-run game in the 8th. And the Braves are punting by putting Eric Fetty out there to the ringer. Full count. Swing. Hits it up the middle, right to the second baseman. Beatty to Alonso, one down. Nacho making it over third. One on, one out. And yet, what's really frustrating about the whole situation is we have seen many times over the years, since I've been doing this since, 2021, where they will call a rain delay for 2 hours and there's not a drop on the field because they think it might rain. And here it's literally raining for 30, 45 minutes and they have the guys out there playing in the slot. And once again, the field's not as bad as it was in Bristol. But the rain was coming down and it hitting them in the face and whatnot. That's the only reason why you can't play baseball in the rain is because it's dangerous as hell. It's not like other sports. The 0-2. Outside wide, off the glove of Sanger, but Alvarez will stay put. Yeah, and like I said, I don't know if Apple TV has anything to do with it, but you wonder if they have any kind of a say over it. You wouldn't think they would, but you just never know. Money talks, and you know what walks. The 1-2, outside wide, 2-2. It just wouldn't surprise me. I don't believe in this many coincidences in all last 5 seasons. If there's a whisper of rain, we have a huge delay. The 2-2, inside ball 3-2. Full count. Looks like it's more of a mist coming down now, so it's not as bad as it was, but nonetheless, the wind was ripping in there. I mean, it was driving into the faces of the players. The payoff pitch. Swing. Drags it foul. We'll do it again. But Apple always has the right to cut to other coverage during these, if there's a rain delay. 3-2, dragged on the ground over to first, and Alonso's not going to get there in time. We've talked about how bad he is defensively at first base, and essentially that's going to cost the Mets an out. The run was going to score regardless. It's now 12-3, but the Jerk store should have an infield single and an RBI.
Well, the Jerk store, Cole, they're running out of you.
It's smart. It's a smart line, and a smart crowd will appreciate it. And I'm not going to dumb it down for some bonehead mass audience.
2 for 3 on the day now. And so just like I was pointing out about the field being slippery, Alonso slipped a little bit, but also the pitcher who normally would be covering first base, he slipped off the mound. One of these guys rips an Achilles as the pitch on the way is swung on and grounded over to second. Beatty thought about going to second for the force on the lead, but he flips it over to first, 2 down. Profar will move up to second base. There are 2 outs. Braves trailed 12-3. Ronald Acuna Jr. is coming to the plate with 1 on and trailing by only 9.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
Yeah!
First pitch on the way, misses for a ball. It's at 1-0. Either hit it out or strike it out. Do not chase a triple into the gap. But 1-0. Down and away. Did he go around? He did. 1-1. Guys in fantasy leagues are like, shut up and let him bat. 1-1 count. Swing and a miss. 97-mile-an-hour sinker. Nasty pitch by Garrett. One good thing is here, they got Garrett in here. I know they're trying to get him some work, but he's thrown 22 pitches. That's not nothing. The 1-2 in the dirt, 2-2. So they may put him on the shelf for tomorrow. If he pitches much longer, he'll be on the shelf for the weekend. And I know he's not in the pecking order that he once was with the Mets. He's still got a pretty nasty delivery. 2-2 count. Every time I watch him pitch, I notice the same thing. He goes to the right side of his hip near his belt to move the ball around to make sure you don't know what's coming, but it looks like he's clicking his belt like a meter maid. The 2-2 swing, slaps it through the hole for a base hit. That'll be an RBI single for Acuna. Here comes Profar, and the Braves trail 12-4.
Bravo. Bravo.
You would think that there's going to be a pinch runner for Acuna, I would hope. They're going out there to talk to Reed. Michael Harris II is the batter. Now remember, they pulled Acuna last week, and the Braves came back. No, I'm sorry, it wasn't Acuna, it was Harris. Last week, and the Braves came back and had Eli White on deck, or actually come to the plate representing the tying run, and they got an earful for it. So I don't know if they're going to pull Acuna or not tonight. The first pitch on the way is a fastball high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. But I, for one, would like to see Eli White run for Acuna here and let the cards fall where they may. The 1-0. 96 right down Main Street. It's 1-1. Acuna does not have his sliding pad on, so it doesn't look like he's willing to steal, but man, you never know. You get those competitive juices in you, and you think you got that base stolen. Remember back in the day when guys used to slide feet first? The heck ever happened to that? 1-2 count. Swing and a miss, chase one, strike three. Harris probably kept him and Acuna off the DL for that, taking a swing at that nasty pitch. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
How much for an order of ribs?
$2.50.
$2.50? So I guess that's about 50 cents a rib, huh?
Yeah, about.
Let me get one.
One order ribs.
No. One rib. You got any soda?
$1.
Oh, come on now. Hey, check this out. Why don't you let me get a sip for 15 cents? Look the cup, pour it in my hand for a dime. You got change for 100?
What have y'all done? What kind of world we live in where two make-believe characters can't even stay together no more? What was the problem, Mickey? Were you not bringing home enough cheese? Were you dipping your nose in somebody else's cheese? I'll tell you one thing, my son bet not find out about this. Do you know what it's going to do to his spirit when he find out two rats can't even stay together? He going to start questioning mommy and daddy's relationship. 95 years? I feel like my grandparents just broke up.
I'm just looking to get myself in the lineup somewhere. If I'm at first, right, field, or left, it doesn't make much difference to me. Just the opportunity to get in the lineup satisfies me.
For a young Don Mattingly, finding an everyday spot in the 1983 Yankees lineup was an elusive pursuit. He was platooned all year long, splitting time between first base and the outfield. Then came 1984, and a mission to prove to his new manager he deserved a regular job.
Yogi's the manager, and I remember the first day he tells me, he goes, "You're going to be my swing man. You know, you come in there to play every day." I remember telling Yogi, I'm like, "Yogi, you get me in there, you're not going to be able to get me out."
He says, "One thing you may find out, once you get me in there, you may not get me out." And I like that attitude on that for the kid.
And he goes, "Oh, okay, kid." You know, he does that, his little thing, he pats you on the back. But I remember I was playing more outfield.
Now Mattingly makes the catch, throw to the plate. They got him! Holy cow! What a throw by Mattingly!
Welcome back. Atlanta Braves trail this one 12-4. We go to the top of the ninth. Man, that's never a good sign. For Brian Snicker, first pitch on the way is a cutter off the edge by Dylan Dodd. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. We came back from break. They had Brian Snicker's career numbers up on the screen like it was in memoriam. Like it was something you'd flash up there during a eulogy. It was creepy. The 0-2. Outside wide. Insinuating, and what everybody knows, that this is Snicker's last year, but man, you kind of want him to do that after you come back and wave hi to the fans a few years later. You don't want to do it while you're still in the dugout. The 1-2, swing, fouls it back, we'll do it again. What I hate about this is they're probably going to send Dylan Dodd back down to the minors. And I hate that because I like watching the kid pitch. And they're wasting his effort in a rain-drenched blowout. The 1-2 chops it over to third. Alvarez flips it over to first. One away. Maybe he gets in and out of this fast enough where they don't do that, but one up, one down. Mauricio, the batter, bangs it foul down the line. Batting for Matt Vientos, it's 0-1. Playing third base now for the Mets as we go to the ninth inning. He'll stay in to play third base. He can play third and second pretty regularly as the 0-1 misses one. 1-1 count. Kicks and fires, swings, slaps it over to first. Line drive, one hopper. Olsen on it. The Iron Man. 2 down. G3 in your scorecard. One up, one down. First pitch on the way, misses for a ball. It's 1-0. Lefty-lefty matchup, the 1-0 to Beatty. Swing. Dribbles it over to first. Olsen steps on the bag, and that'll end the inning. Mets go down 1, 2, 3. We'll be back in a flash here in Braves country. Bottom of the ninth we go, trailing by 8.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
Yeah! Ma'am, we've gone over every transaction in your account history. Transfer me to someone else. I no longer want to speak with you. You're not getting transferred again. You've already been transferred twice. I'm the supervisor, and there's nobody else that's going to give you any other information. I want to speak with someone higher than you. In that case, if you don't mind, close your eyes and bow your head for me. What? Father God, I leave you with my customer. She's not understanding that there is more money than what you have in your account available for you.
This is girl math. So I bought this purse for $38, which means it was $30. I spent $200 at one store, but all the other stores we walked into, I didn't buy anything. So when you spread it out, that was good. You saved money. I saved money. We went to Sephora, and the lady at the cash said that if I spend $20, then I get 500 points, which is $10 off my next purchase. So I made money. I bought $20 in scratch tickets, and I won $70, so I made $70. Yeah, you made 70, not 50.
And I think they were trying all kinds of different people at first. Guys were making errors and weren't playing good defense. And I got in there and got like 3 or 4 hits.
That's a base hit. Mattingly's 4th base hit in the second run batted in this ball game.
And then I got in there again the next day and got 2 or 3 again. The next thing you know, I was just playing every day.
There's a smash. Stepped on first, 1 out to the plate. He's got it home. What a double play. How about that?
I hope I'm at first all the time. I think that's the best place for me. And really, it's not really much of an adjustment, but I've been playing there just basically all my life.
We knew he was the first baseman. As the year 84 went, you know that's going to be it.
Mattingly makes a play. They're going to try to score. He ran from third, and he is out. Fine play by Don Mattingly.
Boy, you talk about a youngster playing first base.
There's no I in team, but there is a me.
Are you dyslexic?
I'm Caucasian.
This sucks, and it's horse but I'm too polite to say anything, because I'm a class act.
Welcome back. Marcell Ozuna, the batter, first pitch on the way. 98-mile-an-hour fastball, misses high and out of the zone. Ryan Helsley, it's 1-0. I'd still like to slap him around. Really mess with his psyche. Helsley, ex-St. Louis Cardinal, ex-protester of the Braves Tomahawk Chop. 1-0 right down the pipe. It's 1-1. Braves tend to get to him every time we see him. So I'd love to hang about 5 on him. They have to go run out the bullpen out there to save him. 1-1. Swing, fouls it back 1-2. There's a fan over behind Ozuna that's heckling Helsley. What he really ought to do is just start doing the chop at him and see if it fires him. It was back in 2019 during the NLDS. The 1-2 in the dirt, 2-2. Two count. Pitch on the way, swing, pops it up, out of play. 100 miles an hour there by Helsley. Two count. Down and away, full count. PD, if he's going to get 2 bases, you're going to have to almost bat around. Ozuna's at bat. This is our last offensive inning. He's due up 7th in the inning. Full count to Ozuna. Misses high, ball 4, so he'll head on down to first. Well, that's one batter down. Six more batters and he comes to the plate, so you just got to keep the line moving. I'd say everybody left the game. Jonathan, I doubt anyone hung around for this. First pitch to Baldwin is swung on and rifled back foul. It's 0-1. Drake Baldwin 1 for 3 on the day. Olsen had his chance. I mean, he's been to bat 4 times. The 0-1 bangs it into the dugout. It's 0-2. He was 0 for 3 against Nolan McLean, the rookie. By the way, he's got some impressive numbers. He's only pitched 2 games, but he, in 2 MLB starts, has a 1.46 ERA as the 0-2 has popped up high into center field, right center, coming over making the catch is Mullins and away. In 2 Major League Baseball starts, he has a 1.46 ERA, 15 strikeouts, and I believe the beat writer didn't put it there, but I'm going off of memory. I believe he's thrown 12 in the 3rd innings. Tonight, he was 7 innings, 2 runs, no walks, 4 hits, and 7 strikeouts. Ozzie Albies the batter, righty-lefty, pitch on the way in the dirt. It's 0-1. Sorry, 1-0. 1-0 count. Swing and a miss. 100 blew it right by him. 1-1. Standing on deck is Nacho Alvarez. In the hole is Brujan. Braves trail by 8. The 1-1. Hammer down the right field line. That's going to get down where the green grass grows. Here comes Ozzie Albies running around first, heading to second, and it's a 1-out double. Ozuna will stop at third, and the Braves have something cooking, so you never know, PD. Maybe Olsen will come to the plate. Good piece of hitting there by Ozzie.
I'm the Wiz, I'm the Wiz, I'm the Wiz. I'm the Wiz and nobody beats me.
First pitch on the way to Nacho Alvarez is right there for a strike at the knees. It's 0-1. Nacho 2 for 3 on the day, 2 doubles. Still hasn't hit a home run, but he's moved his batting average up to 262. 0-1, swing, lifts it into left center field. That ball's going to get caught. Here comes the throw home, and they will not send Ozuna. No sense of sending him play at the plate with 2 outs. Taylor about threw his back out throwing the ball in. I think Mullen was like, I don't think you needed to do that, man. I don't think they were sending the big bear. Same 2 teams tomorrow night. We'll have the call, 7:15 first pitch. Of course, tomorrow's our Saturday doubleheader matinee. Red Sox, Yankees at 1 o'clock. We'll come on the air about 12:30, 12:45 to get you ready for that. Not a pregame for that one. We just jump right into it. But we'll get the feed going so you can chat away. Vital Brujan, the last hope for the Braves. 2 on, 2 outs. The 1-0 pitch. Right there on the outer edge. 1-1. Hopefully they get this 3D worked out by tomorrow night so we can move the screen around. I just, once it got to working, I didn't want to jinx it. Because the other one that we have hooked up, we were checking every time we went to move it, it would just stall. The 1-1, ball slapped into left field, threw for a base hit. Here comes the throw home, and they're going to go station to station, and it's 12-5. Vital Brujan comes through with the base hit.
Hitting? Not about muscle. It's simple physics. Calculate the velocity v in relation to the trajectory t, in which g, gravity, of course, remains a constant. It's not complicated.
Runners on the corners. First pitch on the way to Profar with 2 outs is right there for the strike at the knees. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Kicks and fires. Down and away. 1-1 count. Profar 2 for 3, a hit by pitch, 2 singles, 2 RBI, a run scored. He's moved his batting average up to 257. The 1-1, swing, slaps it back foul, and the Braves are down to their last strike. The newly acquired Cal Quantrell will be on the mound for the Braves tomorrow, facing Clay Holmes. Expecting a lot of offense in that one. We'll come on the air about 6:30 for that one. Get you ready for pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play. The 1-2 outside, wide, 2-2. 2-2 count. Haven't seen Tim tonight. I'm assuming he's watching the pretend football game. Cowboys lead the Falcons 24-10. The 2-2 swing, belted to right, and that ball's going to get over his head. That's going to get down where the green grass grows. Off the wall, Ozzie Albies scores. Here comes Bruhan, throw to the plate, and he is safe. A head-first slide, and your Atlanta Braves have made it a 5-run game. We've gone shopping at the jerk store one more time.
Well, the jerk store, Cole, they're running out of you.
And Ryan Helsley's horrors continue against the Atlanta Braves.
It's a smart line, and a smart crowd will appreciate it. And I'm not going to dumb it down for some bonehead mass audience.
We continue to tomahawk chop his head to pieces every time we see him. And he's on the ropes again. 2/3 of an inning and 2 and 3 earned runs already, and they've got the bullpen working. And if nothing else, they've got Diaz up and getting him hot and ready, which means that could affect him later in the series. You can tell by Carlos Mendoza's face that the manager of the Mets, he is not happy. Go out there and quick talk to Helsley. He just needs one more out, but here comes Matt Olson. And PD, if you're still in the chat, here you go, baby. He's going to come to the plate, and it's all right here. What did he say? He needed two? He or she needed two bases from Matt? First pitch swinging, chops it back in front of the mound, and that'll do it. 1-3, that'll end the inning, that'll end the game. Matt Olson hangs an 0 for 5. What an ugly night. Braves lose 12-7, but they did get Diaz up and warm, and that's a mini victory. Once again, we slap around Ryan Helsley, and it always makes me happy to see him in pain. Braves lose 12-7. We've won 7 of 11 versus the Mets this year. We'll go back at it tomorrow night, and I expected a high-scoring shootout with two pitchers that are subpar going up against two rather hot offenses. We'll see you tomorrow night, Braves country. Have a great one. Doubleheader tomorrow. Yankees and Red Sox at 1, and then the Mets and Braves at 2. Mets and Braves, the second game at 7:15. A Big Apple double dip. We'll see you. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With the smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult, he bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two!" "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner.